Okay, I think the YouTube streams are open. Give me just a moment, and I'll get our TikTok stream running. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, TikTok's running. Welcome in, friends. It's Monday night. Hope you're doing well. I think we're gonna have a blast here tonight. We had a lot of fun last stream with Thinker. I forgot to follow up on her YouTube page and see where she ended up with followers, if she was ever topped over 7,000. But hey, thanks for being here, friends, and hope you had a good weekend. I wasn't live this last Sunday night on my channel, but I was live on AXP. So if you want some extra action, check it out. Oh, she did. She made it to 7.09 thousand subscribers. Love that. That's what I'm talking about. Anyways, we're doing our usual thing here today. I guess I should open up the guest box real quick. Oh shoot! Look at that. We already got a guest. Didn't even take very long. Welcome
What's
in,
going
William.
on? How you doing today?
I can't complain. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. So, I'm gonna say I have this metaphysical concept that can affect empirical evidence without actually affecting and having any empirical evidence. So my unicorns farted out the universe. You want to hear how?
Well, I already believe in the magic unicorn.
You were prescribed to it?
Yeah, in fact, the magic unicorn's on the shelf behind me.
No way.
Yeah, look at the shelf.
The one true unicorn? Oh,
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah. You didn't know about the magical unicorn?
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I have some testimonial evidence that proves the magical unicorn's existence.
I mean, I'd love to hear the evidence, being that I'm already a believer.
Well, I saw it with my own two eyes. I saw the unicorn. It came in, it blessed, and it farted hydrogen. So we know that it was possible of creating the universe. And that's it. That's just eyewitness. I can write it down.
Wait, you were there before the creation?
Yes.
With the unicorn.
Oh, well, yeah, because it was created 2 days ago. All the memories we have are fake memories.
Oh shit! Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah. The one true unicorn gave us these memories to operate within this realm.
I mean, that checks out.
Anyways, man, I just love these kind of panels, and had to pull your chain a little bit before you started.
Hey, sure thing, man. Good to hear from you. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, you too.
All right, cheers, friend.
All right, cheers.
It's hard to keep some of the Williams straight because there's so many of them where the screen name is Will I Am rather than William, and I know there's one or two of them that are like really annoying apologists, and I try to make sure that I keep them straight. That obviously you can tell he wasn't the annoying apologist version. So W for being a good William, you know what I mean? Okay, let's get our next guest in here. Looks like we're going to grab Mike from the queue, helping make a deconstruct. Good to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says, hey, let's barbecue with Doug and Sharon. What, in your opinion, is the worst passage in the Bible? Rock hard for Doug, simply what for Sharon, and Horror's Rule. A fair question. What's the worst? The problem is there's so many bad ones. I think maybe one of the worst. In fact, where's my Bible? Why is it in the other room? I have to go get it at some point. One of the worst is like when God describes the horrors that he's going to bring on people. Like, I'm going to punish you by bringing such and such army, and here's what they're going to do. So, for example, at one point, he says that babies will be dashed to pieces and women's wombs will be ripped open. And remember, God's causing this. Like, God's the guy making it happen. I think those passages are the hardest, right? So like if I was going to punish a people group for being bad, I wouldn't do it by making pregnant women get literally ripped open by the sword and babies being literally smashed to pieces on rocks. But that being said, let me grab my Bible before we get our first guest. Okay, that's better. No, I think we're ready to rock and roll. All right, let's get Mike.
Hi, how are you doing?
Doing well. How you doing, Mike?
I'm doing good. Hey, I'm here to ask you a question.
Sure.
So,
Are you
I was
a
been,
believer?
yes, I'm a Christian, and I have a question. So, I was
Did
been
you
talking to this Muslim.
did you want to engage in the topic or no?
No, but is this is pretty much a question. I know you deal a lot with religions
Yeah.
people,
What's
so
the
I have a
question?
question about Islam.
Okay.
So, I was talking to this Muslim, and I was trying to show him that Islam is a moral religion. Like, I don't believe Islam is a good religion. So, like, how can I show him that? Because the common
Um.
argument I bring up is like Muhammad's marriages to Aisha, and I'm trying to show him how Muhammad is immoral because Aisha, she was a child,
Well, the problem you're
was
going
an
to have
adult.
is the only argument you can wage from your end is going to bring down your religion too. So, for example, the argument that the Muslim is going to pose is that it's okay for like God to do whatever God wants. So if God told the prophet to take an underage bride, that's fine for God to do because God doesn't have to abide by any laws. And then you would probably claim the same for yourself if they accused you of anything similar. So, for example, the kidnapping of little virgin girls in Numbers 31, dashing babies' heads against rocks, ripping women's wombs open, killing your children if they're from an illicit union, different things like that. So the reality is, while as an atheist, I can go into the Quran and say, hey, here's some stuff that seems to be immoral, at least from my subjective framework. How do you account for this? I think the problem is if you ask the Muslim to account for their atrocities, at some point you have to get real with the atrocities in your own religion.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. So like, if I bring up something against Islam, he can easily bring up something against my religion. Is that what you're
Yeah, what
saying?
I'm suggesting
Yeah.
is that's not the best argument against Islam. I think I would go towards better arguments if I'm debating it, someone from the Muslim faith. I would go to the Quran and show all the false things that it says and demonstrate that the Quran says things that are untrue.
Yeah, like things are untrue about the Quran. They're like they're scientific miracles. I know that's
Well,
not true, and
right.
I try to show them that, but they always have an answer for everything.
Yeah,
So,
they've got apologetics.
you know,
It's
I'm
Christians. I know.
I yeah,
They've got
I know that
excuses.
I know. Yeah, but I'm still learning,
I
and
mean,
I
Mike, you're an
think
apologist. Why do you think that the Muslims aren't doing exactly what you're doing? They're going to do the same thing. They're going to say words don't mean words. They're going to do special pleading. They're going to do all the same stuff you're doing.
I'm pretty much new to all of this. I'm new to religion, so
Yeah, there's still hope for you,
I'm still
buddy.
learning.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm still learning. So I appreciate you talking to me. So I'm not going to take more of your time. So I wish you have a good rest of your day.
All right. Good luck, Mike.
All right, take care.
Cheers. You know, it's funny. When I first started streaming, I have a lot of Muslim people that would watch my live streams so that they can get arguments against Christianity. Tons of Muslims were watching my stream at the beginning. And then I started debating Muslims, and then they started sending me death threats rather than watching my stream. It's funny how quickly they turn. The infighting among theists is pretty wild. Well, let me grab a couple of super chats, and we're going to get JC in here from our YouTube queue. Also, JC, if you can hear me, you cannot smoke on screen. You'll get the live stream flagged, so you got to put your cigarette out. Randy, thank you for sending out 20 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. That's really huge, my friend. In fact, this week I've got some major updates coming for the Deconstruction cheat sheet. I've started adding a couple different tabs, but the tab that I by the way, I did start a KJV tab that I'm filling out, but I did also get everything compiled and ready for a tab on the Trinity. So we're going to have a tab on the Trinity real soon, and that's going to be a whole lot of fun. So I'm pretty excited for that one, and I've got a couple other tabs. I got a tab on free will coming, and I think it'd be a good little update this week for the Deconstruction cheat sheet. So big W, Randy. And Jenna says, "Rip Joyful." Did Joyful's live get taken down today? Wait, was Joyful live today on a Monday? I thought Joyful went live on like Tuesdays. What about them? Also, if I remember correctly, I think Joyful released a video recently with his preferred pronouns. I don't know if everyone got to see it, but I do think it's important in the community that everybody knows. Check out Joyful's page and try to make sure that we're giving Joyful respect. I'm so bad. I'm such a boomer. Like, I'm so bad about accidentally using the wrong pronouns for people. I'm trying to get better with that. If somebody catches me doing that, make sure to send me a note and remind me. But Axe, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I really appreciate that. It says, Stephen Gray, Scottish guy. I explained my prophecy problem, Psalm 22, Isaiah 53, 7:14, so on and so forth, to an elder yesterday. I was told, oh, thank you, Bertram, for the whale. I was told I hate God and Satan is controlling my mind. I'm heartbroken. Fuck. Well, I'm sorry, Axe. You must be a Christian because you got a fish in your profile and it says Acts 2:42. And this is the reality of the matter. As a Christian, when you start questioning anything, what you'll get met with are accusations. You won't get met with answers. You'll get met with accusations because the people that are in leadership are not interested in truth. They're interested in maintaining control over getting butts in pews. That's what they're interested in. They're interested in paying bills. So you're not going to get any good feedback from them. You have to go to somebody who's not a church leader. You have to go to somebody who's not being paid by making sure you're still there every Sunday. Call a seminary professor on the phone. Send them an email. Roy says, oh, coming soon. Well, shit, we're already here, Roy. Thank you for the super thanks. And 666 Stan, not Satan, Stan for you. Thank you so much. I appreciate the $10 donation. And Dexter, my good friend, great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. That's a huge win, friend. And Nad says, yay, Justin's on. I am, and I love the new PFP. JH says, people complain about meat prices, but pork is so cheap. Fried some up tonight for Doug. That's what I'm talking about. Reminds me, why is the pig so disdained in religion? Well, I actually did a video on that on my main channel a while ago. It's not just pigs, it's dogs. And the reason is because they're basically scavengers that live in the wild and they're unclean. They were considered like one of the most unclean animals, right? So, for example, there's some literature whereby if somebody accidentally lets a dog into the temple, they get taken out, right? So it's for them, it's a matter of ritual purity. It wasn't true of all cultures, but it was true in the ancient Near East. And my understanding is there's even some language in the Quran that gives some brief explanation on the banning of the pig. But that's basically it. It's just a cleanliness issue, and they were obsessed with cleanliness, and they were obsessed with the idea that their God like couldn't commune with them unless they were perfectly clean. That seemed to be the division. Like the gods were up in the skies because it was dirty down here, you know. All right. Grab our first guest from the YouTube queue. Welcome in, JC. I think whatever works for you is fine. Sideways good. Oh, hold on one second. Hold on one second. I gotta change something. All right, say something now for me.
Hello?
All right, now everyone should be able to hear your audio. Y'all can hear them now, right? You can hear them on TikTok.
Sorry, it was a little low.
No, it wasn't you. I forgot. I switched my browser from Opera to Safari today because Opera was acting up for some reason. It's really weird. Sometimes it just acts up. So, but I forgot in my soundboard, I forgot to switch it out. So,
Okay, I got you. My connection's probably not the best. Regardless, I'm in a park right now.
yeah, no worries.
But what I was gonna say about part of the reason why pigs are kind of banned, it's in the same chapter where they say like basically don't eat things that crawl along the sea floor, and they're saying in the same places where they say don't buy slaves that are too far away and slaves that are too close. It's basically like a Goldilocks zone thing, and pigs are viewed as a sort of like cannibalism because pigs meat is actually very similar to human meat. Genetically, pigs and humans are actually very similar. Versus you don't want to eat things like crab and the lobster that used to be kind of like all over the sea ground. You can eat scaled fish, but that's kind of the proper idea. And I've actually had eaten a lot of pig, and I've gotten some strange memories from it all at once. I
You
was
got
eating
strange memories from eating pig?
I did like 7 grams of psychedelics during that time when I was
Yeah.
eating like a
Yeah, that
rat
checks out.
pig a day. Yeah. Do you know what psychedelics are?
Yeah. So JC, what religion do you belong
No,
to?
wait, what are they? Sorry? What do
They're
they do?
substances that alter your mental state. Everyone knows what a psychedelic is. You learn about psychedelics when you're in
That's
grade
very
school.
vague.
Yeah, psychedelics
They remove
cause you
memory
to
from
hallucinate typically.
they remove memory from perception. Like that's why baby
Yeah.
eyes and tripping eyes look all the same when you're all like,
Yeah, it's induced psychosis. Congratulations. So what religion do you belong to?
not induced psychosis, man. No, you should know what you're talking about.
I do.
Sorry. Well, so
Psychosis is when
starts
your
in
brain
memory.
is no longer in reality. Induced psychosis is when you do that on purpose. So try to keep up.
Removing your memory doesn't remove you from reality.
I didn't say anything about removing memories.
That's what it does. I'm saying it removes your memory from. It strips memory from perception. Your hippocampus
Maybe
function.
maybe it can to you, but that's not what all
Your
psychedelics
linguistic.
do. So again, I'm still waiting for
What are
the
you
answer,
talking about? No, you
JC.
have no idea what you're talking about right
What
now.
is your religion?
They break down the barriers of your categories basically and
I'm sure it
remove the
does.
memory.
What's your religion?
I'm Christian.
Gotcha. Fantastic. So, the claim tonight is that your God's imaginary. I assume that you don't think that your God's imaginary, right?
I thought it was that my God was dead.
Well, it's both.
No, God is heaven. God is both heaven and earth necessarily. I mean, that's infinity. It's not just information or matter.
So your
Simply
God
put.
is heaven or earth. How could you possibly support that claim? When your
It's
God
both.
says literally he's located in the heavens, not that he is the heavens.
Read the beginning of Genesis.
I've read Genesis.
Do you want to read the opening lines?
I've read Genesis. I'm waiting for you to explain how God can be in
God created heaven
the
and
heavens and
God
also
created
be the
earth at the
heavens,
beginning.
unless you're just confused.
God manifests to us.
Are you taking psychedelics right now? Are you on psychedelics at this moment?
Nay.
Oh, good. So again, I'm looking for an answer to the question: is God in the heavens or is he the heavens?
Neither.
Well, then you'd be wrong because the Bible says that he's in the heavens.
Maybe to you.
I guess you've never read the Bible then. I can read the Bible for you.
No, I've read the Bible, my friend. I wrote the Bible.
You wrote the Bible.
Yay.
Oh, now you're definitely on drugs. Okay. When did you write the Bible? What language did you write it in?
Shapes and mountains, rivers.
You wrote the Bible
fire,
in shapes and mountains?
Sky, earth, wheels.
You wrote the Bible in wheels.
Practical, relatable, eternal, physical memories.
Yeah. It sounds like you're either a troll or you need like professional help.
You're a troll, dude. Many a troll has fallen before the Bible.
I'm certainly not a troll. I don't believe in the Bible. I'm trying to figure out why you think that you're God.
You're illiterate. You don't understand by biblical interpretation or anthropology in the slightest, and it frustrates
It's
me listening to
interesting
your
because
show.
I have 2 degrees in biblical studies. What's your credentials?
Cool. Degrees are fucking. Where did you train? A farm? I don't give a fuck.
Yes. So what language was the Bible written in?
Fucking Hebrew. You know, the New Testament's written by Greek people and shit. You know,
What was Daniel written in?
Latin. What was Daniel written in?
Yeah.
One of my favorite books. I don't know what it was written in initially. I just fucking love that book. I love reading it and studying it.
It's a
And
mix of
listen to
Hebrew and
people who speak
Aramaic. I would
Hebrew.
expect that the person who
Yeah,
wrote
I
the
don't
book of
speak Hebrew
Daniel would
because
know
I'm
that it's
fucking
written
busy.
in
I'm
a
a fucking
combination of
plumber.
Hebrew and Aramaic, but you didn't know that because you didn't write it.
I don't care what language. I care about understanding what the text means. I don't care about material reality.
I don't think you
like
understand
that.
what the text means because you can't explain to me why it is that God says he lives in the heavens, but then you're also saying that he is the heavens.
I told you because he manifests in the heavens to us. And
So
also when the kingdom and the heavens and earth at the
is he equal to the heavens? How do you manifest inside of yourself?
How does my Father manifest?
If you
within me, my
manifest
word?
inside of yourself, it entails that at some point you're not inside of yourself.
By the way, I didn't tell you I was Christ. If you didn't pick up that up earlier.
I picked it up by the initials on the screen. Yeah, I think you're out of your goddamn mind if you think you're Jesus Christ.
I just understand quantum mechanics and
oh yeah, you understand
awake.
quantum mechanics? What the fuck is a quark?
I do actually. Yeah, that's what I actually wanted to call it to talk about, but we can't get to that. And I know if we get to that, you'll just say I'm wrong or like whatever. Because that's what happened last time when I said boundaries are symmetric.
What's a quark?
You got me a long time ago.
Never heard of you. What's a quark?
A quark is the fundamental, like basically if you try and get past that energy unit, you'll create a singularity. You
That's
can think
not
about
what
it
a
as like
quark
a pixel
is.
of reality. A quark, you make 3 of them and you get a fucking neutron. 2 of them are fucking positive and 1 is negative, you get a fucking neutron.
That's not even remotely close. What's a muon?
Okay, all right. Someone Google as I'm talking this. Dude, I'm not going into fucking gluons right now. I don't care about that. I'm talking about broader pictures with quantum mechanics. I'm more talking about I know that term.
There is I actually have there is a PhD holding therapist in our audience right now. If you want the number of someone who can help you.
Is it Blitz?
No.
Is it Blitz who said that if you made speed of light, if nothing would change?
I said therapist.
What?
A therapist. Not a physicist, a therapist. If you were listening, you would have heard me.
Brother, I fuck Mother Nature on a daily basis. Like, she's my babe. Like,
I'm sure you do. That's what I expect Jesus Christ in the flesh to say. I fuck Mother Nature.
Brother, you don't know me.
Didn't you tell Paul in the New Testament not to use that kind of language?
No.
So is Paul's word like untrustworthy then?
What are you talking about?
Did not Paul instruct the church not to use foul language?
I don't remember him ever saying that.
Because you haven't read the Bible, and you certainly didn't.
I don't think was that I said foul. Like, I guess okay, sorry. This is a language thing. Like, what did I say? Foul? Am I being,
Colossians 3:8.
Honestly, I'm putting up my woman.
Colossians 3:8 says, "You must get rid of such things: anger, wrath, malice, slander, and abusive language from your mouth."
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I don't have any.
Does your mom know that you're out here pretending to be Jesus Christ in the flesh?
Oh yeah, she's actually very distraught.
Are you employed?
Right, I don't know. Yeah, I'm a plumber.
Well, that's sad. I know plumbers are usually pretty smart.
Well, I just got a job recently. No, dude, I'm like, yeah, I'm like kind of broken. I mean, like not broken in like I should say, people would consider my intelligence very strange.
I would say
it's on like one. It's really specific.
I would say low, but strange is fine.
Huh?
I would say low, but strange is fine. How come you failed your second coming? You said in the book of Matthew on 3 different occasions that you're coming back within the lifetime of your disciples, and then you didn't. What gives? You fall asleep or what?
I don't know, bro. I honestly, I'm figuring this out myself.
Yeah.
Like, that's like the only thing that I know to be true.
Yeah, the Son of God's got to figure it out. Okay. Well, listen, at this point, any further engagement with you, I think, is just like abusing someone who's mentally disturbed. We got to end the conversation.
That's what people say, but like, hey, I'm just fucking abused.
Nah, I'm not going to do any more of that. I don't know who that is. Somebody come get your son and get him checked in. That young man needs some very serious treatment. Crazy. Oh well, what are you gonna do? Religious psychosis is a weird thing. You guys have heard me say it. When people go to Jerusalem, it's common for them to get what's known as Jerusalem syndrome. It's when you visit the holy city and you're so overwhelmed with religious fervor that you begin to think that you're the second coming of Jesus. 100 people a year they get diagnosed with Jerusalem syndrome from this exact event. So is what it is. All right, we're gonna get Fenderson from our TikTok queue in here in just a second. Cut by Occam says first time YouTube showed me both streams. Turns out I'm a whore. I'm a whore, and that's that. Nothing wrong with that. Listen, if you want to be a whore, you can be a whore. If you want to be a vert, you can be a vert. Doug loves all. And Dexter, thank you for the $20 super chat. I appreciate it. It says I posted a syllogism about how Jesus isn't qualified to be the Messiah in a debate group, and people are frothing at the mouth, insisting one lineage is from Mary. They're not. How do I shut this down other than literally reading the text? That's it. That's the only way to shut it down is to read the text. Luke chapter 3, verse 23 clearly says that Joseph is the son of Heli. And then it gives the father of Heli. So the only thing we can conclude from the lineage of Luke is that it's a lineage of Joseph. Mary's lineage isn't given. Mary's lineage goes back to Levi. In the same book, in Luke chapter 1, it says that Mary's sister Elizabeth was from the daughters of Aaron, which means that she's a Levite. Neither one of them go back to David, even if there was a lineage. Good question, though. Dylan says, thank you for your wealth of knowledge, Rock Hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Dylan, for supporting the show. And I'm glad you're not just rock hard, you're fucking diamond hard. Love to see it. Love to see it. And HP Lovecats says, why are Christians so hesitant to call themselves Christians? It's a weird thing, but I've met a lot of people. And I think the reason is because Christians overall are like kind of embarrassing as shit. Like they do a bunch of embarrassing stuff. So people don't want to say like, I'm with these people, right? Like, I love Jesus, but I'm not one of those Christians. Just one of those things, you know? Ungoogleable Man, thank you for the 10 Canuck bucks, says, as someone who has been taking psychedelics for decades, these morons piss me off. Taking your hallucinations as real is as irresponsible as drunk driving, in my opinion. And I agree. And if I had to guess, and I'm just guessing, I think that young man was on psychedelics that led him to these supposed revelations. He needs professional help, I think. Zelda, thank you for the $10 super chat. So Jesus was cursing the fig tree was more of a lover's quarrel then. Did Jesus try to SA a fig tree and get mad when it rejected his advances? I mean, perhaps. Perhaps. I mean, if you know anything about figs, I mean, figs need to be entered before they can even reproduce. Well, check out the fig wasp. See how a fig reproduction works. It's pretty fucking crazy, actually. But let's grab our next guest. It's going to be Fen. I can't read the text so it's small, but I think it says Fenrison. How you doing,
Yeah,
Fen?
Fen is fine. It's been all right, man. How you been?
You know, I can't complain. How about you? Doing all right?
Doing good. I'm a friendly. You and I have circled each other in smaller deconstruction spaces. I tried to send you a super stat on YouTube, and it was just not letting me do it.
That happens sometimes.
So, yeah. Two things. One, I really wanted to ask you, as a messenger between you and the lower stratosphere of the deconstruction community, what is a line of argumentation that you have heard deconstructionists use that you wish we would stop using?
I guess there's a couple things that I think are dangerous to say, but nothing is like crazy. So like one of the things I hear a lot of is people insisting on using the NRSV updated edition because it's the most accurate. That's not really the case. Not that it's the most accurate. It's that it's the most unbiased. So, for example, the translation committee Their goal is to give you the most unbiased translation. Do they try to be accurate? Yes, but there's actually, if you want to be word for word, like wooden accurate, there's actually more accurate translations in terms of being word for word. It's just it's the most readable, but also the most unbiased translation in English. So that's one thing that I think people it's a little bit dangerous to get into, because one day you're going to come up with somebody and they're going to know the wooden translations, and they might know some Greek and Hebrew, and they're going to kind of dog walk you on that. So I'd be careful there. I'm trying to think if there's anything else though.
For
I've
me,
seen some.
the zeitgeist argument has been coming up a lot, even now, and I keep on having to go up against other atheists saying the zeitgeist thing isn't real. Like, stop doing that.
Yeah. I do think there's some contradictions that get used in the deconstruction arena that are weak. Actually, let me give you another example of an argument that I think is not that solid. So, for example, there's this idea that Yahweh was part of a pantheon, part of the Canaanite pantheon, and while this is pretty widely accepted among non-Christian and secular biblical scholars, we don't have that much evidence for it. Like it's one of those things where we've got just enough evidence for it that it's a working hypothesis, but not so much that we should parade it around in debates and say that, well, it must be true, and if you don't accept it, you're just denying the scholarship. There's actually a lot of scholars who disagree. So I think that's another dangerous talking point. It's not that I disagree with it. I think he was part of a pantheon at one point. It's just that if they get taken to task on it, I don't think they're going to have the evidence that they need to prove their point, and it might end up looking like there's egg on their face.
Oh, I thought that we've seen temples with images of Yahweh and Yeshua together. Is that not the case?
Well, at the Temple of Arad, there are 2 standing stones, and that's good evidence that there was a male and a female deity in that temple. But the problem is when you marry that with the biblical narrative, well, the biblical narrative makes it really clear that the Hebrews were already worshiping these pagan deities, right? So if you're looking at this data and you're like, oh, well, the Bible says that this is what they were doing. They were being syncretistic. They were mixing Canaanite religion with Yahwistic religion. Well, I mean, the data matches that as well. See what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
So we have
don't want to take up too much.
We have evidence that people believed Yahweh was part of a larger collection of gods. What we don't
know
have,
if that's where it started.
Exactly. What we don't have is where Yahweh came from. We don't know the origin point.
Gotcha. The other thing I want to talk to you about, and then I'll leave you, is I know you've said countless times you are not a nerd. You don't do a lot of nerdy things. But there is a video game called Hellblade. I thought you said that. You're not really into video games. You're not into media or something like that.
I'm a big nerd, but I'm not into games or movies or anything.
Gotcha. So there is a game called Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice, which is entirely about mental health and religious psychosis. I have promoted this game to a lot of people, and it's kind of recentered my beliefs on, like, I don't really blame some people in the ancient days for coming up with religious explanations for stuff, because this game, for example, is about a woman with psychosis who has a very religious family in the ancient days. Like how they explain what's going on, how she explains what's going on as she sees hallucinations, hears voices and stuff like that. It's a really interesting delve into like where a lot of this stuff can come from.
Well, I can't say I'll check it out, but I appreciate the
I figured. Anyway, Justin, would love to cook with you sometime, as I said last time, but hope you have a good live, be safe, and barbecue them good.
Cheers, friend.
Cheers.
I am excited that the deconstruction movement is getting larger, by the way. I'm seeing more and more creators hold these debates, and I love that. Baselord says, JC's ideas are both unique and interesting, and unfortunately, the parts that are interesting are not unique, and the parts that are interesting are not unique. wait. The parts that are interesting are not unique, and the parts that are, I think what you meant to say, the parts that are interesting are not unique, and the parts that are unique are not interesting. I think that's what you meant to say. And I could be wrong, but I agree with that sentiment if that's what you're saying. What we get from JC isn't interesting or unique in any fashion. You just pick up the Talmud or other extra biblical writings. Hannah, thank you for the 729. Says Jesus prays to God. Trinity, everybody. I know. He says the Father is greater than I. Okay. God. Sure. Former Adventist. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for the 777. Says syllogism for SDAs. Premise number 1, Adventists claim sola scriptura. Premise 2, they need their prophet EGW to interpret the scripture. Premise 3, therefore, equals or does not equal sola scriptura. Check my work. I think the conclusion is premise 3, or number 3 is your conclusion. So what you're suggesting is if you need EGW to interpret the scriptures, what that means is that the scriptures are useless to you without EGW, which means it can't be scripture alone. You need scripture plus EGW. And I agree. That's a fair, workable syllogism. That's legit. Big W. Okay. All right, I'm going to bring in our next guest from the TikTok queue. And after that, we're going to grab a guest from the YouTube queue. Looks like maybe Sam, I think is the name in the YouTube queue. Actually, give me a second. I'm getting a text message from Big Jim.
How's the bullying going today? Feeling superior to all these obviously intellectually inferior people that you're so much smarter than?
I'm sorry, are you talking to me, Christopher?
Yeah, I'm just wondering how the verbal abuse is going in your show, verbal abuse show.
Did you come to cry, or are you like in a basement or a warehouse somewhere? Like I could barely hear you.
No, I'm just confused on why you spend your time trying to be verbally abusive to people rather than just seeking some kind of therapeutic help.
I'm confused about why you're here crying right now.
I'm not crying at all. I'm actually, I feel sorry for you.
Imagine being a Christian and wasting your time going around to atheist spaces and complaining that atheists exist. Could you even imagine? Well, like, what a crazy world to live in, that you're supposed to be out there spreading the good news of Jesus Christ, and what you're actually doing is jumping around from one atheist live stream to another, just complaining that we don't like you. As it turns out, the reason why you get abused is because you're an intolerable POS. Not everyone that gets up here gets the same treatment as you get. Your treatment, the treatment that you get, is unique because you're insufferable. And that should tell you something about yourself. In fact, I had really good advice once from my twin brother. My twin brother can be pretty sharp sometimes. And he says, listen, you shouldn't worry about what people think about you all the time. But if everybody thinks you're an asshole, you're probably an asshole. And I would give the same advice to you, Christopher. I don't think you should spend too much time worrying about what people think about you. But if everybody thinks you're an asshole, you're probably an asshole. So I'll leave you with that bit of advice. You can go cry somewhere else, okay? Well. Anyone get converted? Anyone? You guys believe in Jesus now? Anyone? No? Okay, well, what are you going to do? Base Lord, thank you for the $5 super chat. I meant the part that are interesting are not unique. I knew that's what you meant. I got your friend. And the parts that are unique are not interesting. I'm with you. Couldn't agree more. Yeah, JC didn't bring anything to the table that's interesting at all. And JH, thank you for the $5 super chat. Actually, hey, Jimmy. Jimmy, are you in the chat still? I need you to come up. Hold on. JH says that guy lost me at protons, hard-ons, and strap-ons. Something about fucking Mother Nature. Anyway, stay off drugs, kid. I know. Dude, when he said he fucked Mother Nature, it took me a minute. Like, it took me a few minutes to let it sink in. That the way he said it implied that he thought that Mother Nature was like a living, like a real entity, and not like nature itself, right? What a lewd. Okay, I'm going to grab 3 more super chats. We're going to get Latter-day Logic in here. Vex says, do you condemn Joyful for his naughty ways? I don't. I love Joyful. And if Joyful's a little bit naughty, that's his decision. I mean, what do we think naughty is, by the way? Is there a definition? Jimmy, there's no link in Discord. The link's on the screen, my friend. It's tiny.cc/DZ Live. Also, the link is in the description of the video. If you go to the description of the video and click the link, it'll bring you up. And then we'll be able to get you on screen. We've got a special treat. We might be able to actually get a debate going between Jimmy, who is Exmo, and we've got a Mormon or a Latter-day Saint apologist with us waiting in the queue. It'd be a whole lot of fun to see that happen. But no, I do not condemn Joyful at all. Don't condemn Joyful. Sonic says, that's Christianity plus psychedelics. Psychedelics doesn't lead to Christianity. Listen, I do agree. I do agree. I haven't met anyone who took psychedelics and then found Jesus. Typically, they find some sort of like higher power, some sort of like larger awareness. You know, they expanded their mind. But I don't know if I've ever seen anybody come to Jesus because they took a mushroom, you know? Scrib, thank you for the $5 super chat, says half the commandments, don't murder, don't steal, don't lie unless I tell you to. The other half, tell me I'm pretty. Hypocritical narcissist. I know, Scribbles. Listen, I love that humility is supposed to be good, and that being prideful and puffed up is a sin, it's bad. And then the God of the Bible spends 90% of his dialogue chastising people for not loving and praising me enough. Like, okay, let's fucking cool your jets there, guy. If you were awesome, people would praise you. Like, if you did something, maybe somebody would praise you, but you can't just demand it. Like, praise is earned. It's not fucking demanded. Herbie, my friend, great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the £5 super chat. Says JC left a message in chat saying he roasts Forrest on his comments. I'm sure he cooked Forrest and he cooked Dr. Blitz. I predict this is not entirely true. I predict he's an idiot everywhere he goes, and I'm not super prophetic, but I'm willing to bet money that everywhere he goes, he says this kind of nonsense. Jimmy, did you get it? I could send you a link to your phone. Give me 1 second. Tiny.cc. Maybe he's got to powder his nose. Easy. Live. Okay, I sent him a link. I sent him a text link. We'll see if we can get Jimmy up here. I would love to see Jimmy engage in some Exmo debate. I actually don't know the last time I saw him do that. I think it'd be really fun to watch. Nad says, there's 2 of you? Yes, by the way. If you thought fucking one of me was bad enough, I got a twin brother. There's 2 of me. It's hell on wheels, man. It's so bad. And Brian, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, Chris, get 6 feet closer to the mic, get out of the well, leave the cave it's in, and stop living under the bridge, you bawling troll. Yeah, I think that's about right. Yeah. All right, I'm going to grab 1 more super, and then we're going to get Latter-day Logic in here. Glitterlock, hey, thank you for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. That's 5 more people that should have access to our cheat sheet here. Hey, welcome back, Latter-day Logic.
Hi, how are you?
You know, I can't complain. How are you?
Good. Quick question. Your software looks like you're streaming to multiple platforms at once. What software do you use to do that?
Well, I've got a really interesting setup where I have to run like 3 pieces of software to do it. So I'm running OBS to get my streams over to YouTube. I'm running TikTok Studio so that I can get TikTok Studio feed to TikTok. Now you can run a dead stream to TikTok, but then you can't get TikTok guests. So I'm running 2 software packages because I want to take guests off of TikTok. And then I've got a third piece of software, Video Ninja, that creates a room for YouTube guests to log into that I could bring into the discussion. And then I kind of hop between platforms depending on where the guest comes in at to make sure everyone gets to the same place. And it takes a little bit of keeping track of, but it's not so bad.
Wow. So is it all from the same webcam?
Yeah, I've just got one camera. So at one point I was
Okay.
using 2 cameras and it just seemed like a hassle to do that. And I've got one actual good camera. So I finagled it to the right position so I can just use it for all the streams.
Nice. Yeah, well, that's impressive. And the way you bring up the super chats onto the screen, which app is that?
That is another app called Social Stream Ninja.
Wow. How did you figure all this out?
Months of like fucking around with software and building it one thing at a time. You know, I started streaming to
Nice.
TikTok, and then I figured out how to copy my TikTok to YouTube, and then I figured out how to stream original content to YouTube and TikTok at the same time, and then I figured out how to take guests on YouTube, and then I figured out how to have crosstalk between YouTube guests and TikTok guests. It took me at least probably a full year of building one technology on top of another till I find something that worked for everything.
Wow, well, that's really impressive. I would pay you to have you set something up like that for me, but really impressed.
Well, latter day logic, it sounds to me like you are, and I'm going to say the word, but I did learn recently that it's kind of a pejorative, that you're a Mormon.
Yeah, that's correct. So the official name of our church is, we're Latter-day Saints. And Mormon was a nickname originally from our persecutors, and we just kind of like owned it, and just adopted it.
That makes sense. See, I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that that was kind of a pejorative term. Now, my friend, I've got a good friend named Jimmy, who is got a lot of experience with the Mormon Church, and I'd be really interesting to hear somebody who's knowledgeable, like yourself, and somebody like Jimmy who's knowledgeable that can kind of do a little back and forth, and maybe we can figure out like, hey, is Mormonism true?
Well, yeah, I'm fine with that, but you can't come to a conclusion whether it is or isn't based on this conversation.
Well, no, I mean, obviously, I have to pray to the Mormon God and whatnot, but either way, I'd be curious to see how the conversation goes. Now, we've talked before, right?
Yeah, I think it's been about a year.
That's what I thought. Okay. So, let me.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, but you can't come to a
Oh,
conclusion
how you
whether
doing,
it is or
Jimmy?
isn't based on this conversation. Well, no, I mean, obviously, I have to pray to
Jimmy, is your audio source your speakers right
Hey,
now?
I'd be curious to see how the conversation goes. Now, we've talked before, right?
Hold on.
Yeah, I think it's been about a year. I thought.
You also have to. Jimmy's camera is behind mine.
I got that. You're. Oh, you know what? On TikTok, you're right. It is behind yours. I forgot about that. Sorry about that. Let me get that straightened out before I forget. I mixed it. I didn't mix it. I mean, I moved it on the other stream, but I didn't move it on this stream yet. There we go.
While you're pulling that up, I just want to point out that you'd posted a video a while ago talking about the absurdity of mainstream Christianity, where if you choose the wrong denomination, you're going sent to hell, according to a lot of Christians, and how that's just a ridiculous, unloving, unmerciful God. And I agree 100%.
Yeah, actually, so the afterlife in the LDS is a little bit different than the afterlife in standard Christianity. So that's one thing. I'm aware that you guys have like a temporary temporary holding place for souls that's not permanent, right? Is that correct?
Yes, and a lot of the times when the Bible and the Book of Mormon refer to hell, it's talking about the temporary, this place that you're describing, and the hell isn't some torture place that God created. It's internally created by your own conscious and awareness of your own sins.
Sure. Okay. Well, Jimmy, let me take a look at your audio connections real quick. Because right now your microphone's not selected. Oh no, it says you got a Rodecaster microphone selected. Of Jimmy lost. We lost him. Okay, so we'll start at the basics. We may or may not have Jimmy for this conversation, but what do you think is the thing that would be convincing of a non-LDS member that the LDS Church has truth?
I would say the content within the pages of the Book of Mormon, the actual theology and doctrine that it teaches. Mm-hmm.
Okay. What part? Because like I've read bits and pieces of the Book of Mormon, and it includes weird things. So, for example, like it includes copies from the King James Bible as original scripture, but it's got errors in it. Like, so for example, in the King James Bible, a lot of words that are sometimes implied are in brackets, because I mean it's not really in the text; it's just implied. And we find some of those phrases directly copied into the Book of Mormon with the parentheses removed. And like, it just so happens that if you read Joseph Smith's Bible corrections to the Greek and Hebrew text, it's just really weird that it directly follows the commentary of Adam Clarke. Like, don't you find that strange?
Well, I would want to press further and let's look at Adam Clarke's commentary and let's compare that to the Book of Mormon side by side. I think that in the CES letter, most people have not read the Book of Mormon, but those who are somewhat familiar with it.
Yeah. I've not read it. I'll be the first one to admit I ain't read that thing. I have read Second Nephi chapter 5, where God's a racist. I've read that part.
Mm-hmm. So I think that the only things a lot of maybe non-Mormons or non-Latter-day Saints are familiar with regarding the Book of Mormon are just the things that people have maybe cherry-picked and said, oh, look, if you look at this out of context, it seems to be indicative that it's not a true book and that sort of thing. And what's really sad is you could do the same thing with the Bible. You could do the same thing with any other religious text and take a verse out of context like Job 30:30, and someone could say, oh, look, Job, it says it was cursed with black skin. That's a racist book. And so you take it out of context, it can twist its meaning. But
what if we found anachronisms in the text? Like, for example, if you read a book that said that a Roman was walking around with a boombox on his shoulder, you would say, "Oh, that's obviously not true because they didn't have boomboxes back in ancient Rome." But if you had a text that said that there were horses in pre-colonial America, wouldn't that raise the same flag for you?
Well, if horses were extinct during the time of the Book of Mormon, then yes.
Were extinct? No. Like the Book of Mormon makes a claim in 1 Nephi 18:25 that there were horses in the Americas before, like pre-Columbian America, and it was the Europeans who brought them to America.
That's the common belief among several people, but it contradicts science, and I can share with you some interesting facts. The first thing I want to say is your introductory question to me was, what's the strongest piece of evidence? And my response, as you remember, was the content within the pages of the Book of Mormon. But what's really sad is people will just ignore the 99% of it that's overwhelming evidence that it's a divine book, and just look at, oh, okay, I'm going to look at horses. I'm going to look at this verse that seems like it's racist.
Well, and why should we think that it's divine?
If you're, yeah, so I'm just saying,
real quick, Jimmy is telling me that I am trying to get on. When I hit the test speaker, I hear audio, but I don't hear the show itself.
Interesting. Hold on one second. I mean, he should have all the audio. He should have my audio. He should have TikTok's audio. He should have my Stream Deck audio. I assume he's going to hear this.
Beta!
You hear that one, Jimmy? You should have all the audio. I mean, can he hear you? Dalton, when you speak, can he hear you?
Here, can you hear me when I speak? I hear no one unless I click test.
Oh, that's interesting. So he can't hear me either, or he can only hear me. Is what he's saying?
Yeah, no one do I hear at all. I only hear on my phone.
Oh, interesting.
And you don't seem to hear me when I speak either.
I wonder if that's actually an issue with Safari, since I switched over to Safari rather than using Opera, which is based on Chrome. That's weird, because I'm looking at it right now. I've got the audio source selected. I can recycle the audio source still. Give me 1 second.
He's gonna recycle.
Okay, what about now? You can hear it now? Yeah, that's weird. All I did was recycle the audio, and it picked it up. It must have froze or something. I don't know what happened there. Sorry. Now, in terms of your audio, I can't hear you. No. Say something again. It shows that there's no audio coming from your equipment.
No.
Oh,
You,
there we go.
I got you now.
all right, good.
There we go.
Okay. The Book of Mormon is the most obvious evidence. I wonder if, well, do you want to finish your line of question before I jump into it?
Well, you asked me about horses.
Yeah, so y'all can finish your horse thing before I...
Yeah, so what's the situation with the horses?
Yeah, so the claim is that the Book of Mormon peoples had horses, and then a lot of people say, wait a second, there were no horses in the American continents during this time frame the Book of Mormon claims to have taken place, therefore it's an anachronism, and the Book of Mormon is now debunked. So I can address that, and I can address it pretty briefly, but...
Can I just try to predict what you're going to say the answer is? Because I think it's going to be the same answer as a lot of anachronisms.
No,
would you mind? And you just tell me if I quickly have gotten it correct?
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Sure. It's going to be along the lines of there may be evidence of X earlier than that. And so while we don't have it at that time, you can't actually prove that they weren't there at the time they were called to be there, which, by the way, is a different apologetic than one of our old apostles used to give, which was that maybe they meant tapirs instead of horses, but I do digress. So they've moved around on the apologetics. The current apologetic is actually there were horses, but just like the 4 million dead people from the single battle, from the single war, we just haven't found them yet. Just because we haven't found them doesn't mean there weren't horses. It just means we don't know where they are yet, because there's so many things we've just never found.
I wasn't going to go that direction.
Okay, excellent. Then I'm hoping this means that you're going to prove horses existed, and that you'll also be honest, because you started this with a lie, which is that Mormon was originally a pejorative. It was actually originally coined by Mormons, by Joseph Smith and followers. It was then used as a pejorative, and Mormons, by some people, but kind of more in the way of like we might use to describe the people who do the God hates queers stuff. We just say their name negatively now. I can't remember what kind of Baptist they are, Westboroughs. What you said was definitively not true, and it is in fact the Mormon Church who branded themselves as Mormons, the Mormon Tabernacle Choir, Mormon.org, and spent millions of dollars on a campaign called I'm a Mormon, but then Russell M. Nelson one day had a revelation from God that all of those were victories of Satan, which the reasonable conclusion was that means Gordon B. Hinckley, who was ahead of that multi-million-dollar campaign of I am a Mormon, was actually serving Satan's victory, at least giving Satan more victories, because every time, as the quote goes, we're called Mormons, it's a victory for Satan. I do want to say I'm not an ex-Mormon. I am an atheist, queer, present-day Mormon, just so everybody is clear on that. If the Mormon Church didn't consider me a Mormon, they would have excommunicated me, considering how public my statements are. And yet they refused to excommunicate me. So we both agreed, the Mormon Church and I, that I'm still a member.
All right, so that was a Gish Gallop. You mentioned a lot of different things, And we're
I
still talking
apologize.
about
It kind of
horses.
was, but I was responding to everything I heard while I was muted. But you're right. It was a lot of things in succession. In fairness, I can justify it, but you're right. And so feel free to respond to any of them if you like.
Okay. And you'll notice that I'm never going to interrupt you during this conversation. I would hope I'd have.
I
the
won't
same
make that
respect in
promise.
return.
No, so I've spoken to Latter Day Logic before. He was very nice to me.
Yeah. I won't make the promise not to interrupt because people will say it's rude to interrupt. I believe you've lied, for example, on this. And so I think you're lying, misrepresenting the history of the word Mormon is also itself rude. So if we're just going to sit here and go, don't do anything I consider rude, you'll need to stick to the truth also.
Well, I think you've mentioned a couple lies already.
Great.
Okay. So
Sure.
when you said, okay, so yes, I agree that we did brand ourselves with the word Mormon, and that was never a thing I denied.
Yes,
but
it is. You said it was originally a pejorative.
No, I said that we owned up to it. I said that it was originally a pejorative, but then we ended up owning up to it and adopting the term. I said that.
What does the word originally mean?
Okay, so if you're making the claim that Joseph Smith first coined the term Mormons, I'd love to see some evidence for that.
Sure. You can find it in a 1843 newsletter by Joseph Smith, and you can also find it in the writings of many early day Mormons, that they were referring to themselves as Mormons at the same times that other people were referring to them just as a movement as Mormons before it became anything you could describe as a pejorative. But you're welcome to check out the 1843. Where he actually rejects the concept.
Yeah, so it's interesting. I can take a look and see if 1843.
I'll be interested to see your evidence since we're doing the source thing now on a conversation. Since we're doing the source thing now, I'll be interested to see your source that its origin was pejorative.
Okay, all right. I can take a look at that.
Excellent.
That's fine.
So you don't have it to offer right now?
Say what?
So you don't have it to offer right now?
I don't have it what right now?
You don't have the source ready to offer right now? I'm just gauging how you want the conversation to go.
Right.
So a moment ago, it seemed important. Yeah. We have the sources ready. But it's okay. If we're saying we're going to just stick to conversation right now, I'm happy with that. That's good.
It might be hard for him to hear you a little bit, Jimmy, because you have a lot of gain in your mic.
No, sorry, I turned him up.
Do I have?
No, I turned him up on my end because I thought he was too quiet. Sorry.
Okay.
That was just because he was quiet in my headphones. If he's loud for y'all, I can turn him down a pinch.
Oh, shit. Why is my phone doing that? I apologize. So unprofessional of me.
All right, I put him back down a little bit. Sorry about that, friends. Tell me if this is better volume.
All right.
And so be clear, since you didn't have the source ready, when you accused me of lying that the origin was in fact non-pejorative, it isn't actually that you knew I was lying. It was that you thought I was incorrect.
So, well, you're right. That was an assumption. One thing that I'm certain on that you lied on is you misquoted Russell M. Nelson, where he said every time you use the word Mormon, it's a victory for Satan.
And you feel that the way I represented it was a lie?
Yeah, because there have been apostles saying that there are certain terms like Mormon pioneers. Yeah, these are terms that are okay. But going back to the horses, so they're not an anachronism. The narrative is that
why are we skipping? Why are we
with their horses?
Why are we not giving me a chance to
Native Americans? Yeah, we can look at that. So you said, you quoted him. You said, "quote Whenever we use the term Mormons, it's a victory for Satan," which is actually not the quote.
I admit it was a summary, but we can go with the longer version.
You know, that's fine. We can pull it up.
Okay, great.
And I can
it is
talk
the
about
command of the
too.
Lord to remove the Lord's name from the Lord's church is a major victory for Satan.
Yes.
So
we agree
was what Gordon B. Hinckley was doing with popularizing the word Mormon, was that or was that not popularizing a name other than the name of the Lord in the name of the church, as this speech is us getting instruction that it is most important that we refer to ourselves as members of either the Church of Jesus Christ or the full members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
if you remember the I'm a Mormon campaign, they're referring to
Mhm.
themselves as people, saying, I am a
Mhm.
Mormon. But when we're referring to the church, we don't call it the Mormon Church. We call it the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Excuse me, that was not the
So,
context of his speech. It was about why we should stop calling ourselves Mormons and call ourselves what? Members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. No Mormons at all.
yeah.
In fact, you even said it then became a pejorative, or did you? I don't want to put words in your mouth. The common response for apologetics of Mormonism, in fact, some saying it's as bad as the N-word, was that it was a pejorative. We took possession of it, and now it's basically a pejorative again, and we shouldn't take possession of it. And so this
Who
was
said
the
it's as
defense
bad as
of
the
it.
N-word?
I said this is the common thing cited by Mormons. I didn't say that leadership has said it. This is the way Mormons, the membership, has taken this message, that it is basically a swear word.
Well, I'm an active member of the church. I've never heard a member of the church compare the word Mormon to the N-word.
Okay, well,
That
not only
sounds
have I
ridiculous
heard
to
it,
me.
not only have I heard it, I've had it all up in my comment section, all over my threads, and all over my Reddit. Mormons are not a fan of
Well,
my particular brand of thing.
yeah,
we'll call it.
there's no comparison between the N-word and Mormon. If you can say
I
the
agree.
word Mormon,
And I think that there are a good
yeah.
number of Mormons who agree with you. However, there are members of the church who will, when you say, no, I'm going to stick to the word Mormon, because first of all, you can't take it away from me. It's what I was raised with. I was raised a Mormon. It is my label. It is my church. You can take me out of the church. You can't take the church out of me. And that is generally their response. Then you are essentially you are using a pejorative against the desires of the memberships. But I agree that there are lots of Mormons who would say that's a dumb comparison. I hope that you will make sure the rest of your membership gets the memo. But sticking back now to the actual speech of the president of the church did not want Mormons to call themselves Mormons, but members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, because calling yourself Mormons popularizes the concept, the phrase, the Mormon church. Therefore, calling yourself a Mormon furthers taking the name of Jesus Christ out of the name of the church. And that is a major, quote, major victory for Satan.
And you use the word commonly, like you said, members of the church will commonly compare the word Mormon with the N-word. So I was challenging your use of the word common. But
great.
yeah,
and so we're going to disagree on the basis of our experiences. I already said it didn't come from the leadership, and that Mormons like you will think it was dumb. Your response was, my anecdotal evidence is at church. I don't see it happening. My response was, my anecdotal evidence is. So I was trying to now move back to the actual argument, since we're anecdote versus anecdote. Can we get there? Can we both agree that right now, whether that is based on our experiences, and get back to what Russell M. Nelson said?
So we can get back to horses, but this is a tangent we're on currently.
Right, because you said I lied about what Russell M. Nelson said after already conceding that your first thing you accused me of lying about, I wasn't lying. You just felt differently. Then you accused me of lying about what Russell M. Nelson said.
I never admitted that you weren't lying.
Okay, you accused me of lying on the basis of the assumption that it is true that its origin was of pejorative and not Joseph Smith originated and believer originated. If we're going to be this tremendously pedantic, it's going to be unfortunate, because I think it'll kill my ability to get an erection for months. Sorry, am I lowering the class of this stream?
No, you're doing great.
The problem is, I just want to avoid any straw man arguments. So when I say a point and then you argue against a different point that I did not say, and so I want to clarify, well, technically I didn't say that point, because a lot of the things you're saying as a way to maybe debate against me, I agree with. And I'm saying that wasn't my point, that I'm like, so let's
can you say that
topic.
You did concede that you don't know that I was lying? Because you did say that you assumed it was a lie based on your belief of what the origin of that word was, but that when you accused me of lying, that wasn't actually with sufficient knowledge to make the positive claim you, Jimmy, lied.
I would say that I don't know for certain, just like how we don't know for certain, I guess, like you might say if there's a God, but because you cited a 1943 source, that's 13 years after the church was started, and there's, So
18.
13
And it
years, right?
begins, and it's
No,
certainly
13
his
years.
defense
The church started
of
in 1830.
that word is theirs. You
Yeah.
said 1943. I did not say 1943.
I said
Let's
18.
say-
I might have come up. Yeah, I
Did
said
I
18,
mishear?
but-
Did anyone in chat? Am I wrong? Did he not say 1943?
Are we being pedantic?
I mean, if you're going to correct me, I'm going to ask for whether or not I was correct or not.
Okay.
And by
So
the
let's
way,
get
whether
actually
the
to-
answer was 1943 or 1843, that isn't pedantry. That would be a very necessary clarification to make. So now are we going to get back to you accuse me of lying, saying what the message of President Russell M. Nelson was about Mormon, or do you just want to talk about horses? If you want to withdraw that
Well,
you know I
horses-
was lying about that too, I'm fine to move on as well.
We can move on. That's fine.
Okay, so you do withdraw the accusation. I'm not willing to move on if you are holding the accusation that I was lying to the audience on and by the way, Justin's channel I respect so much. It's literally the only atheist channel I watch. I don't watch any others. I'm not even joking. So if on my channel or if on Justin's channel you are going, I apologize, Freudian slip. I'm taking it. If on Justin's channel you are going to accuse me of lying and not withdraw the accusation, I'm not moving on from what you said.
Well,
I'm not saying you have to say
what you
outside the
said
truth,
is-
but withdraw the accusation.
I don't believe what you said is true, but the evidence you shared about some 1943 quote from Joseph Smith, I can look it up and verify that.
You do know you
another
just said
time, so-
19 again, and you're now not responding to the thing which I said, which is now we're talking about the lie of what I said. You said how I quoted Russell M. Nelson was also a lie.
Which
and
we
then I
proved that it was
read out
incorrect.
the whole quote. And if you want to retract that you believe I was lying, you don't have to say you believe I was telling the truth. I will move on to horses. But as long as the "you are lying" is hovering there, I'm actually not really willing to. Again, unless instructed to by Justin, I would absolutely let Justin dictate what goes on his channel.
Okay, and I already admitted that I was assuming that you're lying. I still don't think it's true, but I can't prove that you were lying.
Again, I think you're sticking to the Joseph Smith origin quote where you then also accuse me of lying when in the way that I represented the Russell M. Nelson quote, that he was saying being called a Mormon is a victory for Satan. And if you take his words and apply it historically, Gordon B. Hinckley's Mormon.org, I Am a Mormon campaign, the reasonable thing to deduce there would be that Gordon B. Hinckley was granting victories for Satan.
But I thought we moved past this since I clarified that the word Mormon, as they were using it in the I'm a Mormon campaign, was referring to a person, and Russell M. Nelson was referring to the church.
And what was my response to that when you said that?
Well, you was talking about that the term Mormon is referring to the church, and being a member of the church, you call yourself a Mormon, you're making that correlation. So
what did I specifically say about what the context of his speech was?
I'm not sure the audience is entertained by this topic.
I'm less interested in whether they are entertained and whether or not the person who's accusing me of lying is clearly purposely being untruthful.
Yeah.
And what I specifically said to you was that the context of the quote is him explaining why to no longer call yourself a Mormon, but either the phrase member of the Church of Jesus Christ or member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, because calling yourself just a Mormon would popularize the term the Mormon Church, which would be a victory for Satan. Therefore, the millions of dollars spent by Gordon B. Hinckley to popularize the term Mormon would do the exact same thing that he was calling a victory for Satan. If you think there's more nuance in there, that's fine enough to present. What I just presented you is logically consistent. So once again, accusing me of lying, which is a thing that would have intent in it, as opposed to being mistaken about some additional nuance, would be two very separate things.
It's the several steps, the logical steps you have to make to reach that conclusion is where I see that it's not a direct comparison.
I gave you the steps and it was like 2 steps.
Right. So if you were just referring to the church and people say the Church of Latter-day Saints, we get that all the time, and they just take out the word Jesus Christ. They're so close to getting the name right. The Church of Latter-day Saints or the Mormon Church. And so the name, we believe Jesus Christ gave us our name. We don't believe mankind named it, otherwise we would have given it a shorter name. So
And
that's
Russell
just
M.
the point
Nelson's
that he was
speech
saying.
did describe an opposition to being called a Mormon on the basis of it removing the name of Jesus Christ from the name of the church. Yes or no?
Can you repeat that?
Did Russell M. Nelson condemn being called a Mormon? We'll just start there. Did he say it would be wrong to just take up the name Mormon? Did he, in fact, give the example of when a person asks, "Are you Mormon?" that you should respond, if you are asking if I am a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, yes, I am.
Yes.
And why did he do that?
Because we want to emphasize that Jesus Christ is our object of worship and that he's the head of our church.
And when we don't do that, what is that for Satan?
When we refer to the church as anything other than something that has his name in it, then that's a victory for Satan.
And did or did not Gordon B. Hinckley spend millions of dollars to make sure that the popular term and the public reception, which by the way succeeded and led to the ability of Mitt Romney to run for president as a viable candidate, did he or did he not try to popularize not the phrase Mormon, but the phrase member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which would have, if you just take Russell M. Nelson's words as true, been a victory for Satan?
Gordon B. Hinckley?
Correct. And I think, I don't remember if I Am a Mormon started under Howard W. Hunter, but Gordon B. Hinckley certainly started it. It probably extended into Thomas S. Monson's reign as well.
Latter-day,
Right.
am I understanding your
believe it was
position
Gordon B. Hinckley.
correctly? You're suggesting it's okay to call a person a Mormon, but not the church, the Mormon church.
Me? You're asking me?
Yeah.
I'm pointing out the difference between a Mormon and the church, but I'm saying that, is it okay? I'm saying that, I don't know what you mean by okay, but it's preferable if you call us our proper name.
Well,
Not just preferable, but the leadership insisted on Mormons correcting people when they say Mormon, quoting Russell M. Nelson's speech about it being a victory for Satan, and therefore, and correcting them to say, I'm a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or I am a member of the Church of Jesus Christ. I believe you're allowed to do the shortened version. That part I might be adding.
I'm struggling to understand. What are you trying to prove here?
That I didn't lie, but you like to resort to calling me a liar or saying that I am lying at the very least. And that is an accusation that you should be way more prepared to defend, because that is a positive claim that is separate from whether what I am saying is wrong, whether what I'm saying is even true, that you have here said I have intentionally tried to mislead.
Correct me if I'm wrong. The thing that I believe I accused you of lying about is saying that Joseph Smith introduced the term Mormon.
No, actually, what I said was that the origin of the word wasn't a pejorative and that Joseph Smith and early believers did. And then the second time I said, we got through that. I said, what was the other thing? Because you said I lied about multiple things I lied about. And you said that I lied that Russell M. Nelson, in the way I use Russell M. Nelson's quote to suggest that calling a person Mormon is a victory for Satan, that the Mormon.org thing was a victory for Satan. And we've just ran through this whole thing. I'd love to get to the apologetics. Again, I apologize to Justin. Justin, just tug your ear if you'd like me to move on. I should probably pull the video back up so I can see it.
I think we've got so far in this conversation to a point where Latter-day might not even remember the beginning of the conversation. So I think we might be beating the tape here dead at this point.
Yeah, that's hilarious. Okay, so then I think probably there is a good amount of I doubt you are going to accuse me of lying again, so maybe that's enough, and let's get back to horses.
Okay, so when the Spanish arrived, they had a horse, right? They had their horses, and then the Native Americans were shocked and scared. They're like, what is this mythical creature? And so then the Spanish, then as they continued exploring and settling throughout Mexico and North America, they just assumed, oh, the natives we first saw didn't know what this creature was. So these people, they're probably all the same. And if one tribe didn't recognize this animal, I assume all the rest of these tribes, even here in Colorado and Wyoming and Michigan, none of them probably seen this creature either. So as the Spanish started exploring and settling and discovering that these Native American tribes in Colorado and Wyoming and these places that are now known as in the United States of America, that they already had horses upon discovering them, they accused them of stealing horses from the Spanish, dated back to the Pueblo Revolt. And the Native Americans denied stealing these horses. And the Spanish were like, okay, now you're liars and thieves. And so it's gone down in the history books that the horses did not exist in North America, therefore the Native Americans are liars and thieves. Whereas if you see the folklore, the legends passed down from a lot of these tribes, they believe that their people have always had horses. And so just so you realize that if you claim that there were an extinction of horses in North America, you're also claiming that these Native Americans were liars and thieves.
I love that this is an identity politics argument, not what the argument I said you were going to do would have been better. The horses were here, you just haven't found them yet. But what you're saying is for fear that you would be telling a person that their tradition is untrue. And I got to tell you, while I love Native Americans, I have no problem telling them that their great spirits don't exist. That you're going to have to tell people, Native Americans, are you willing to tell Native Americans that they are incorrect about some traditional story handed down? Are you willing to tell them that their anachronistic belief is that this is literally an identity politics thing? Like, this is like, okay, well, you can say that there weren't horses in the, and sure, that's what the scientific evidence shows. But are you willing to call Native Americans a liar? The other funny thing here being that this suggests Native Americans are related to the Lamanites, which Mormons have had to back off of. Obviously, Joseph Smith.
No, that's not relevant to this conversation. That's irrelevant.
It absolutely is, because the horses were present in Lamanite history. And so if you're saying that they were present in Native American history as the proof that they were present in Lamanite history, it means they have to be crossover groups. So if we're evaluating the claim whether the Lamanites had horses, then the history of the Native American and horses wouldn't matter at all. But right now, there is no evidence that during that period of time, there were horses on the continent. And there's a lot of reasons to believe there wasn't horses on the continent, just like there's a lot of reasons to believe that the final giant battle didn't happen in America.
Okay, another Gish Gallop. All right, so I just wanted to make sure you knew the implications of your argument. So that's not my rebuttal. A Gish Gallop is when you present several different arguments in a string of arguments all at once, even though they may be weak arguments individually, but presenting them all together as one, it's overwhelming.
So you'll be able
to
name
other
more than I refuted your first argument and then presented a counter.
Did you want to hear my answer?
No, because you're already being dishonest. You'll be able to present that I think I refuted your first argument and then made a counter. You'll be able to present that there is more than those two, and therefore I Gish Galloped, right?
So when I first pointed out about the Native American history, and you pointed out the identity crisis, this type of argument, you said that's a weak argument. And then you shifted to saying you believe that Native Americans are descendants from Lamanites, and then you brought up the battle of all these millions of people that died. So you're bringing up all these other topics that are irrelevant to did horses exist?
No. The brought up of the battle was not an actual argument. It was just a this is consistent with the other things. But as far as the I believe that they are related. No, that actually was the counter argument. First, it was pointing out that you were having an identity politics based argument.
Yes.
And even for that identity politics argument to be true, one must assume that the Lamanites and the Native Americans are the same people with the same history. So actually evaluating whether or not the Native Americans are, no, it isn't, because whether we evaluate if the Native Americans are lying about horses being in their history would not actually be the same as evaluating whether or not the Lamanites having horses in their history is a lie.
So going back to the horses, I think that we need I just want to make sure that you understood the implication of your argument, but we do have evidence that horses did exist.
Right?
So let's say that all the Lamanites and Nephites all got annihilated and wiped out.
Yes, let's say that. Millions of them.
Okay. There could still be Native Americans existing. Okay, all right.
It's a completely separate group, right? Or do you believe that there is a genetic link within the last 3,000 years between Native Americans and Lamanites?
If there is, it's only like 1 or 2% of Native Americans.
I'm here to tell you, we don't even have that connection. We don't even have that connection.
Well,
so you're sitting there and just basically just made my point for me. Whether or not Lamanites were completely wiped out does not affect whether or not Native Americans were, because they are separate groups, which is the modern day Mormon apologetic too. The modern day Mormon apologetic is that we actually didn't understand. You can find this, I believe it's on Fair Mormon.
Horses never went exist.
Whether or not Native Americans are wrong about horses, your identity politics argument, in their history does not affect whether or not it is a lie that they existed in Lamanite history, because they are separate groups.
If you're familiar with the Book of Mormon, you'll realize that the Lamanites...
What are you doing? Latter Day, we can't hear you. You're doing something to your phone.
Are you talking through a pillow?
Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, we got you.
If you're familiar with the content of the Book of Mormon, you'll know that the Nephites and Lamanites, they came across other nations, other groups of people that already existed in America that did not come from their land. They spoke a completely different language.
Did they write about the histories of those people?
So I'm saying, I agree with you. It's a completely separate group.
Exactly. So you bringing up telling the Native Americans as an identity politics issue to try and make us uncomfortable, like, uh-oh, guys, aren't you supposed to be woke? That we won't say that they are lying, which, by the way, never mind. You'll accuse me of gish galloping if I point out how dumb that is. Like as though if I tell other people in other cultures, like, those dragons didn't exist either. Well, now you're calling that culture lying. That would be afraid of not seeming woke enough. You bring up Native Americans is only relevant if you are tying their histories together. And once we get past the fact that you are doing that, you are then still going to have to be left with. Therefore, if you don't want to be woke or not woke enough, you need to acknowledge that maybe they were here because Native Americans say they were here in some version of their history, which I'm just taking your word for. I haven't actually verified and wouldn't surprise me even at all if it's not true. But whether or not that's true or not, once you're done with it all, you're still left with the horses have never been found. But I'm still saying they were here. They have been found. We just haven't found them. Great. From the last 3,000 years prior to the Spanish introduction of horses, we have found horses on the American continent. When does Lehi come over? 600 BC. And Moroni happens in the first 3 centuries.
Yeah, so here you're putting an argument. Okay, remember when I brought up horses and you said, I'm going to guess what your response is. And you guessed that I would say, well, we haven't found horses, but that doesn't prove blah, blah, blah. And I said, actually, no, that's not my response. I thought, okay, I'm going to start with my weakest argument first. and then I'm going to
that's dumb.
gradually strengthen my argument. And so that's when I brought up the Native Americans and their
Why would someone
folklore.
start with their weakest
So
argument? Start with
now
your strongest
you're
one.
You're assuming that we haven't
Yes.
found horses. So tell me, when do you think the horses went extinct in North America?
10,000, about 10,000 years
10,000 BC.
ago.
Oh, is it years
Okay.
ago? I thought it was 10,000 BC, but yes.
Yeah, 10,000. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, 10,000
So
years ago, so 8,000 BC?
we're talking 7,600 years or 7,400 years prior to the alleged story of Lehi.
All right, so you're saying in the year, what, 8,000 BC? Is that your answer?
If 10,000
sorry,
years ago is correct, and I trust Dalton, yes.
I misspoke. What I meant was 10,000 BC, so this is 12,000 years ago.
Okay.
Okay, so in the year 10,000 BC, if any of you have access to Google or something, you can do a quick search and look for evidence of horse bones that have been discovered in North America after 10,000 BC, before the Spanish.
And
It's a really
do
quick
any
search.
of those dates, the question is going to be, Latter-day Logic, do any of those dates correlate between 600 BC, and we'll give you 400 AD to cover the Book of Mormon time period?
Okay, so if you look at when those horses were found, you find, take for example.
You
the
are once again
Texas
talking
Journal
through a
of Medicine.
pillow. Could you talk directly into your mic,
Sorry.
please?
Apologize. If you look at
Mhm.
Texas Journal of, was it Texas Journal of Medicine? Texas Journal of Science?
Mm-hmm.
There are actually a handful of these. Even the Smithsonian has published an article saying that because of the evidence of horses found in these states, like Colorado, Montana, they list a few states. They're like, horses, the extinction of horses now has a new narrative. Because we
Where do I
have
find the
horses.
Smithsonian? Where do I find the Smithsonian article? You'll forgive me if I don't take your.
Okay.
What's the name of the article?
Okay, it is Smithsonian new horse evidence provides what is it? Different new science, something like that. If you put them in
New research
quotations-
rewrites the history of American horses.
Yeah, that's it.
Is that what you were looking for? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm pulling it up. I'm not even joking. It's just loading, and you're talking into a pillow again.
Sorry. The 10,000, 12,000 BC theory is completely old science. We found horse bones. We found a lot more recent, up until 2000 BC, 1000 BC, even in the early centuries AD. And you can fact check me. You can search this. You'll find that these horses have been found and discovered, disproving the theory of horses going extinct. That's why the
Well, first of all,
Smithsonian wrote
the
this
theory
article.
wasn't extinct. It was extinct from the continent, and that their presence as being coexisting with humans, especially. But I'll try not to move the goalpost here, though that is an important goalpost. But if you're sitting here and you're saying that they found bones elsewhere, I'm waiting to see where these dates actually overturn. I don't have the ability to read that extremely quickly.
Where in this article does it tell us that the dating of like horses going extinct in America around 10,000 years ago is wrong?
So
It says here
it's-
horses
'cause
evolved in
all
the
I'm saying
Americas
is that it
around.
adjusts when the Spanish horses got here.
Yeah, I'm looking
Right.
at the
It
same
says here-
article. It doesn't
it's-
actually say when the carbon dating
It's-
came back to.
It says
Right.
here, it says here, horses evolved in the Americas around 4 million years ago, but by about 10,000 years ago, they had mostly disappeared from the fossil record, per the conservation. Spanish
yes.
settlers likely first brought horses back to the Americas in 1519. That's
Also-
what the article says.
No,
So
there's more.
this is
There's a
the-
piece you forgot.
An article.
Yeah, how far
Hey,
down do I
listen,
need to go in
listen.
the article to see what you
Well,
said, which
okay.
was that, and you're talking into a pillow again, that it says the
okay.
10,000 years ago thing is not true.
So just to be
Right,
clear,
so-
there's a better article on this exact topic And that
Right.
article is published by, U.S. National Science Foundation. And their claim is that, according to the scientific study and the carbon dating, that these horses date to only a decade or two prior to the Spanish showing up.
So
And remember, this
it's
is carbon
interesting.
dating.
Latter-day Logic, I'm going to tell you what I think is happening here. I think that you have heard the apologetics and you have heard other people source these, and that you repeated these sources without having actually investigated them. Because I've now finished the Smithsonian article. It doesn't say what you claimed. I've been looking for the Texas Journal
Yes,
of
it does.
Science article. It
You
doesn't
don't
say what
know.
you claimed.
Yes, what did I claim?
That you actually said that they have debunked the 10,000 year extinction. I don't remember what word you used. Was it myth? Story. And actually, the Smithsonian magazine still says by 10,000 years ago, they had mostly disappeared from the fossil record, per the conversation. Spanish settlers likely first brought the horses back to the Americas in 1519, essentially slightly earlier than we said before. I've read the whole article now. If you'll point me to the part of the article that debunks the 10,000 year narrative, I'd
Do you
happily
remember
see
me
that.
talking? Let me address. Do you remember me talking about the Texas Science Journal? Does that sound familiar?
Yes, I looked for that one, but you literally read me the name of the. So you can give me the name of that one if you like. You read me the name of the Smithsonian one, and then said that one debunks the 10,000 year.
Actually,
extinction
what I said
story.
was, and you can even go back and post this on social media. You can call me out. You can prove me a liar if you want. But what I said was, there are different scientific journals that debunk this myth of 10,000 BC horse extinction in America.
You said that right after you gave me the Smithsonian article. Do you not remember?
I'm almost done with. I said that right before. Here's the rest of my sentence. This is going to blow your mind. Okay. I said that there were scientific journals. There were scientific journals that find evidence of horse bones and other evidence of horse existence that date to the Book of Mormon times, which totally debunk the 10,000 BC narrative. And then I said,
where's that? The only article you gave us the name was the Smithsonian one, which didn't debunk it.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done with my sentence. And I said, and in conclusion, that's why the Smithsonian published this article. The Smithsonian doesn't prove.
And so that has proven to not be true, because the Smithsonian article actually supports our narrative so far. So now I would like, what is the name of the Texas Journal of Science or Medicine, whichever one you prefer, article, since the article you gave us in the Smithsonian that was supposed to show that didn't do what you described. And then once we're done, this is a beautiful thing. You go find the article and get the name, and then we'll address the fact that we are addressing a single anachronism. And I understand Dalton didn't grow up with the Book of Mormon and stuff and everything. It is an anachronism. Dalton was right to bring this one up. If you prove tomorrow horses were here the whole time, the Book of Mormon is still untrue. Joseph Smith absolutely said these were the defendants of the Native Americans. He's naming like Lamanite funeral, Lamanite. I would love to find Zelf's grave sometime. And tells the story that in America there was a robust population of millions of Jews and then Christians, and their Judaism and Christianity disappeared completely from the continents, North and South America, if you believe they went all the way down to South America, though most people place the Book of Mormon is taking place in somewhere in Central America, but you go that far down, I don't care. And that those largely happened because of battles that killed millions of people with steel, with weapon technology that would be way more advanced than their civilization would have come up with. But, you know, with God and magic, all things are possible. And we just haven't found the mountains of swords and the mountains of bones and the mountains of, they're just mysteriously missing, because all of the people that we used to say, the Native American buildings, by the way, this is just when I was growing up, so it's not that long ago. These temples were actually ancient Mormon temples that have been repurposed into their more other religion things. These buildings, these Mayan things are old Mormon things. They've changed that. They don't teach you that as much in the church anymore because they have to acknowledge they're separate people. And that during his death, Jesus Christ teleported to the Americas and was literally on the American continent teaching Lamanites. And when that happens, it's such a significant thing that for millennia, we have the Bible, but on our end, on our continent, we got nothing. So we're arguing about whether horses existed. The science evidence you came up with is short, when in reality, the greater story that we have to prove, Jesus Christ on the American continent, ancient Jews in the lineage of either the Native Americans or living alongside the Native Americans. And we're talking horses.
All right. Yeah, let me address you. So there's a sentence that I don't know if you intentionally or unintentionally missed this one in the Smithsonian. Do you see the sentence that mentions a few different U.S. states? Can you read that sentence?
Which paragraph would you like me to go to?
3 of the horses with remains from Wyoming, Kansas, and New Mexico date to before the Pueblo Revolt, and rather than simply roaming the countryside on their own, the horses appear to have been part of Native American culture. Dental damage of one horse and bony growths on the skull of another suggest people had put brittle on the animals. Per Science News, Bruce Power, certain chemical elements in the creature's teeth signaled they ate maize and indigenous crop. Yeah, but this doesn't do anything for your position, and only tells us that they were like domesticating horses at least a few decades prior to when we thought, not that they were around during the time with the mythical story of the Book of Mormon was taking place.
Right. That's
Okay.
why I referenced the National Science.
all of time.
What about those discoveries? Does the
That's why I
Smithsonian
was
share those
referencing the
discoveries?
article by the National Science Foundation, because they actually gave you specific timelines. They said it said a couple decades prior. They didn't say hundreds of years prior.
Yes. 1516 to 1599. Now, do remind me, which year was more recent? 1516, or when did Moroni die? What year? I admit I forget.
So these references that the Smithsonian is making is saying that it references some sort of, they had evidence of wearing a bridle, evidence that there were equine veterinarians during the time that horses thought to have been extinct. So it's referencing these
by
evidences.
a couple of decades, by a few they were off by a few decades, not 1,500 years. By a few. Yes,
you're wrong.
sir.
Stop.
Yes. We just gave you the dates.
Listen, no, that's not what it's referencing. That study is irrelevant to what the Smithsonian is referencing. Why are you connecting something that's
Where does the Smithsonian state that the horses were in the Americas during the time of the Book of Mormon? Where does it say that?
Yeah, great. Give me that
Smithsonian
reference, because the dates I find go to the 15th century. That I find when I then follow what they are sourcing shows that. I think that's what Justin just read. So all you need to do to shut us up is go to this article where they say sometime in this time period, and if even 5 years of it overlap with before Moroni died, which was around 420 AD, blaze it, then we will look kind of silly.
Okay, it's that Texas Journal, Texas Science. Let's see.
Okay, so not even the article that, to be clear, not the article the Smithsonian was referencing, which was from Live Science. What is the name of the article from the Texas Journal of Science?
Texas Journal.
Once again, we're going to now go see whether or not he actually read this article, because he doesn't know that the proof is in there now. He just knows the two sources he's relied on so far wasn't in. So now we need to jump to the third one. Texas Journal of Science, what? What is it called?
Okay. Post-Pleistocene horses from Mexico.
By the way, while you're looking for that, this article, the Smithsonian article specifically says, quote, Spanish settlers likely first brought horses back to the Americas in 1519 when Hernan Cortes arrived on the continent in Mexico.
Great. So let's look at this Texas Journal.
I'm getting there. You're going to have to give me time to read it.
Now,
I need the full text PDF. I'm downloading the full text
I want to make sure
PDF.
that we're putting this in proper perspective. It says post-Pleistocene horses. the Pleistocene era was like, it was a long fucking time ago.
Well, read the article, not the title.
Those are just the facts.
When was
Please
the
don't bog us
ending
down
of the
with those.
Pleistocene era? All right, let me look it up. Hold on. All right, it says that the Pleistocene era was from 2.5 million years ago, and it ended about 12,000 years ago. So I guess that means it ended in the 10th century or so. Okay.
Which, not incompatible. It like literally, if it ended 12,000 years ago and horses went extinct 10,000 years ago, or was it 10,000 BC? These lock in pretty close.
Well, what does
we've
the
got a
article say?
big long study. That's what I'm waiting to see. We've got a big long study. I got to open it up. I'm having to sign into things to open this PDF. Are you going to point me to where I should go find the info in the PDF? Or were you just reading the abstraction? If it's in the abstraction, I'll just check that.
So I don't know which URL you're looking at.
The journal that you pointed me to. Am I not at the right one? Sorry, I'm getting worked up, and maybe I'm the asshole. Post-Pleistocene horses from Mexico, from ResearchGate.net publication. This was the thing I found with that name that is cited as was in the Texas Journal of Science in October of 2022. Am I currently in the wrong one?
If you can read the article, then you're in the right one.
Okay, so that article in the abstraction lists horses as being extinct on the North American continent by about 13,000 calibrated years BP, all part of the late Pleistocene Ice Age extinction event. Trying to see if they're saying, but now we see. No, I'm not seeing any correction to that. Have you actually read any of the sources you've given us so far?
Yes.
I mean this to not embarrass you,
Don't
but so
avoid
far,
the article. Don't run away.
I literally just read you the abstraction, which still gave the same date.
No, it's in the article. Keep reading.
Where in the article then? Send me to it. Because I feel if you've read it and you know it's in there, you can send me to the page of the, by the way, when we're saying article, a journal article, we're not talking about, it's not a Twitter article.
So I'm looking at even just the abstract, and it says that our data implies that horses may have persisted in the region of Mexico after the late Pleistocene extinction. So they're saying there was an extinction, but there were some horses that possibly remained in Mexico.
Well, that's a theory. So they're saying we're assuming that horses went extinct.
That's the article.
But because we see
the article
that
you
evidence of
presented
horses,
as evidence said that.
Look, it's okay if horses went extinct as long as there were horses during the Book of Mormon times.
Latter Day, I suggest you read the articles that you present to people before you present them.
Yeah, I'm now certain you didn't read these.
You are the ones not reading it.
No, you didn't. I'm reading it right now with you and not finding anything that you... Okay, wait. Close your eyes and tell me how many pages the article is, roughly. Just guess.
2 pages.
31! You said you read it. I'm reading it right now. It is 31 fucking pages. You have not read this.
What URL are you looking at? The one I read is only 2 pages. The Texas Journal of Medicine, Post-Pleistocene Horses from Mexico. ResearchGate.net.
October of 2022, correct?
The one I'm looking at is the Texas Journal of Science.
Oh, right. Texas Journal of Science is where I was too. So wait. It's going to be different. The article called Post-Pleistocene
the Texas Journal
Horses
of
from
Medicine.
Mexico. By the way, can we also just acknowledge that the very first source in this article, despite not being able to definitively say, and I'm going to commit a little bit of a genetic fallacy. So let me not commit a genetic fallacy. Let me only say this does not mean it is untrue. It does, for me, raise a red flag that investigation is necessary, that the first source in it is the Department of Geological Sciences from Brigham Young University. It does not mean it is untrue. To be clear, the BYU does some very good science. In fact, they have affirmed the theory of evolution many times, despite the fact that many Mormons remain creationists. Not all. There's no way. Latter-day Logic, I can tell, is too smart to not believe in evolution. Right? Latter-day Logic?
Too smart? No, I believe in forms of evolution.
Oh,
But
boy.
you accept that even Brigham Young University's biological sciences have proven the molecules to man theory. And so you must go with the modern sort of like Mormon apologetic, which is that prior to Adam, no human-like creature contained a soul, but the first soul-possessing humans were Adam and Eve. And this may solve, in fact, the problem of incest that the Bible presents, that there may have been other humans capable of having offspring with souls because there were other evolved with them creatures around. Or are you saying you believe that there were no Homo sapiens prior to Adam and Eve?
Well, we got to finish the horse topic, then I'll answer your question.
Sure. Now, we really, to tell you the truth, we don't, because you didn't know that the article that you sourced is 30. Well, let's take off the sources.
It's 2 pages. The one I read. It was 2 pages.
It isn't 2 pages. It is 25 pages at minimum. The abstraction.
That's not the one I'm looking at.
He definitely read the abstract.
Then you are reading an abridged version. Because it is literally called Post-Pleistocene Horses from Mexico, and it was published in October of 2022 in the Texas Journal of Science. So if you are reading a 2-page version of it from the Texas Journal of Medicine, that is it's an
not
abridged
medicine.
version.
You know what? I know. I bet he's reading it from the B.H. Roberts Foundation. The B.H. Roberts Foundation.
No, I'm reading it from ResearchGate.
Has a 2-page layout with an abstract of this particular article. So what I'm understanding here is you found a website that has like an abstract.
No.
The first 2 pages of the article, and you read that, and you didn't read the actual article. We've got the actual original article.
Can you read the literal URL to me? This would solve it, would it not?
Yeah, let's type it in.
Okay, I'm trying to find it. I'm searching with my phone, which doesn't have good Wi-Fi.
So you didn't actually have the article up that you were saying I wasn't reading.
Sounds like a trust me, bro.
Yeah. Well, I still know the article.
And guys, while he looks for that, I want to remind you, we aren't arguing if the Book of Mormon is true. We are arguing about whether horses existed during Book of Mormon times, because if they didn't, the Book of Mormon holds a current day anachronism that most apologists go with. We just don't know where they were, but there actually were horses here. Since there were horses before and horses after, is it that crazy to think of? Look, here is a quadruped creature that looks somewhat horse-like that people whittled.
No,
they made little toys of little quadrupeds. These are the modern apologetics for people who are consistent. He has not read any of the things he has sourced. He tried to source the Smithsonian, which sourced a live science magazine. Neither of those things concluded what he concluded. Now he is trying to tell us about a 2-page article that is an abstraction of the 25-page without sources, 31 with sources article written in part from the Department of Geological Sciences from Brigham Young University. Again, doesn't mean it's not true, but red flag that it needs investigation. And so now we are going to get the URL. Great. Go for it.
Okay. ResearchGate.net/publication.
Yes.
I'm on my phone. I'm trying to look at the rest of the URL.
Is it /365444950 post-Pleistocene horses equus from Mexico /link/? Am I so far right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Okay, so just so you know, that is a link to the 31-page article. So once again, where is the 2-page abstraction? You literally gave me the link of what we already looked up that you said should only be 2 pages. I downloaded the full text. Do you see the download full text there? Would you like to verify that this is in fact a 31-page article?
Yeah, I'll put it on the screen too, because I've got the same article from ResearchGate. Give me a second. It's asking me to prove that I'm a human. All right.
Okay.
So
in this article,
we've got,
it shows that horse bones date back to 1000 AD.
Which part?
Go ahead and tell me what page and what line.
Okay.
It's easy to find in a PDF. Mm-hmm.
Control F.
Oh, you're not going to tell me what page?
I am. Just be patient.
Because I just looked up 1000 in the whole article. The number 1000 never shows up in the article. Maybe with a comma it would? No. It says
Okay.
wood was found at 41,000.
No, that's not it.
Right. So it's not the number
Is it
1,000 we're looking for.
search AD?
Did we start with our weakest argument again? There are 120
Okay.
instances of
Okay.
AD, starting with Wade.
Okay. The evidence is I don't have my computer because I just moved out of state and I'm using my
Okay.
phone.
Okay.
If you were watching
But
this
just
stream,
it's
who
in
do
the
you think
article.
would
It's
seem
in
more
this
trustworthy
article.
between? Yeah, okay. It's trust you, bro,
Okay,
right?
I'm gonna stitch
Just find me
this.
a word I
I'm
can
gonna
find.
stitch this and I'm gonna post it on my social media and I'm gonna make you look like a fool and I'm gonna show
Can't
you where in
wait.
the article it is.
Why not make me look
Okay.
like a fool right now by telling me where in the article was? By the way, when you stitch it, I might stitch back. How long is the article? You said 2 pages, and then I show the article.
That's fine. It doesn't prove Mormonism
So,
wrong.
no, but it proves you never read this article that you're saying now contains the evidence that you're saying is in it.
I read where it says
Or did
that
you
we
only
found
read the
horses
first
that
2
date back to
pages? Or
1000
do you
AD.
often fall asleep and read 25 pages and wake up and go, yeah, I read 2 pages last night?
Okay. Okay. It's in the article. You can avoid the article, but this proves that horses did not go extinct during the times of the Book of Mormon.
I'm sorry. Anybody watching, can you tell
Okay.
me if it seems like we're avoiding the article by literally pulling it up and searching for every term he looks for? Literally, the number 1,000 does not show up anywhere in the article.
Is it
Yeah.
1200
So,
Anywhere.
or
La-
800 BC?
Okay, I'll look up 1,200.
Leonard, yeah, I just want to point out like what's happening, right? So, say for example, let's say I'm a Muslim, right? And I tell you, look,
I
there's
know
this
what's happening. I know
there's
what's
this
happening.
thing in the Quran, and it says this, and it's vital to my argument. And you might say, well, listen, go to the Quran and find me the thing, right? If I said, well, it's in there somewhere, I can't find it, but I know it's in there, and then I never produce it, well, that means the argument failed, right? I can't then go and say, well, you have to read the entire Quran yourself and find the thing that I said was in there. If you're saying there's evidence of something, we need you to present it for us. Like, we're not going to make your argument for
Yeah.
you.
Right.
Do
So
you know
I
what
just moved
perplexity
into a
is?
new house.
Latter-day Logic, do you know what
Well, I got,
perplexity is, the AI model?
well, let me address the host and then I'll answer you. So,
Thanks.
yes, I understand your point. And if I actually had a computer and I could hit Control F and I can find where this link was, I'm walking around on my phone trying to find
I've
it
searched
without
everything you
Wi-Fi
told us
in
to
a new
Control
city
F.
that doesn't have. Yeah, it's in this article. I'm not. I promise
Okay,
you,
so
I'm not
here's what
just
I've done.
making it up.
Here's what I've done. Do you know what perplexity is? It's an AI model.
Yeah.
Do you think that feeding it and asking the question before I hit enter, I would like to word it however way you think is in there. So I'm trying to bias this against me. I'm not even joking. I'm trying to do your work for me. I've already uploaded to Perplexity the whole article, and I now want to ask the question and hit enter. Is there anywhere in this article that a Mormon could say a horse existed from between 600 BC and 400 AD? Is there any way in which you would like me to morph that question to better weight it in your favor to Perplexity?
You could say, where in this article does it imply that horses existed till around 100 AD or 100 BC? Oh, sorry, 1000
Existed
BC.
to around 1000 BC, existed around 1000 BC is the way you would like it put, right?
Yeah, is there any
Existed
evidence
in America
that in Mexico?
or on the American continents, would you prefer?
Mexico.
Okay, existed in what is now Mexico, just to make it clear, up to around, I'm just going to read it back to you real quick. What has happened here? I see just a white.
Oh yeah, give me a second. I was restarting a piece of software.
Okay, everything's okay though. Like he can
Yeah.
hear me.
Yeah, everything's
Okay.
good. My split camera software is kind of getting laggy.
I see. So I've written, and I just want to make sure that you have confirmed that this is an adequate question. Where in this article does it imply that horses existed in what is now Mexico up to around 1000 BC?
Yeah, that sounds great.
Latter day, is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
Justin, do you hear me?
Yep.
Hello.
We can all hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you, bud.
Can you hear us?
Hello.
Or sorry, 1000 AD.
Let me see what.
No, we can still hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, your video is very choppy also.
On TikTok, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, TikTok's lagging right
Check
now. too. Give me a
1000
second.
AD when you search it.
If you are hearing me, I am still seeing the white icon. I will try to refresh.
It's
I
interesting.
think he
can't hear
found that I
us.
was right. He found that I was right and he was wrong.
That's certainly not the case.
No, every single article you brought up to our attention today has only refuted your position.
No, that's not true. Remember the Smithsonian? It said
No,
that there was
the
a fine. Yeah.
The Smithsonian one also disproved you because it explicitly said that the horses were brought over to America by Hernan Cortez in 1519.
It theorizes it. It didn't.
No, it
explicitly
states
say
it. No, it explicitly said it.
You're skipping over the part where they said that they found horse bones that had
I
bridles.
seem
that
to
there was
see
veterinary
everybody
care.
again. I have yet to hear somebody.
That's interesting that you can't hear him.
I
Let
see
me
your mouth moving.
give me 1 second to recycle the audio real quick. All right, what about now?
I hear you now. Okay.
Yeah.
And
okay.
should we just pick right back up where we were?
Yeah, I think so.
Latter-day Logic. Let's hit enter on the question, where in this article does it imply that horses existed in what is now Mexico up to around 1000 BC? Would that be good enough to hit enter on?
You can do 1000 AD.
My apologies. AD. Up to around 1000 AD. Okay. Should I read it to you? Do you want me to read you the whole thing one more time, or you feel comfortable right there?
Yeah, we can read it one more time.
Where in this article does it imply that horses existed in what is now Mexico up to around 1000 AD?
Yeah, that sounds great.
Okay, I will hit enter now. The timing of that was precarious. I was worried people would be like, he lost and left. Okay. The article implies horse present in what is now Mexico up to around through its late 1000 AD through for Equus remains. I'm looking for the place. The radiocarbon date lists several Equus associated samples. No. I'm reading now the evidence. The radiocarbon date lists several
you just kind of skipped over the part.
No, I haven't, because the thing is that it has taken it very, so if you would now let me get to this part, it is now listing dates that are up to 1000 BC or AD, but none of them are in the time period we need so far as I can see so far. I am seeing one listed at 1864 to 1708 BC or BP.
Can you read all of it?
Sure.
Because
1864 to 1708 Cal BP. 1877 to 1724 Cal BP, charcoal adjacent to Equus remains. 1697 to 1408 Cal BP, charcoal near Equus, CF Mexicanus. 925 to 785. It says BP.
What does BP mean?
That's a good question, which probably is established in the article you never read.
Okay, so either way, if it's BC or AD, the year 1400,
it might be neither. Wait,
so
how do you know it's no? It doesn't.
BP stands for before present.
So it would be 1864, 1708, 1700 years ago. Charcoal adjacent remains. 1697, 1408, 900 and 785 years ago. 1700 to 1400 years ago. Okay, AD 250 to 550, 925. Because those data samples are stratigraphically tied to extinct Equus species, not just historic Equus calibus in the top unit, the operates interpret them as evidence that non-calibus horses persisted in this part of Mexico into the late 1st and early 2nd millennium AD, roughly 1000 to 1100 AD.
Oh, yeah.
I'm curious what you're saying, oh yeah, for.
premature.
Yeah, so horses in the Book of Mormon is no longer an anachronism.
I'm sorry, I don't
What
think that
from-
was the conclusion.
Well, I thought you guys just said that horses went extinct 12,000 years ago, right?
Well, this article also says that that horses went extinct in Americas around that time.
Yeah.
That's
The only thing
theory.
that's changed, is that while we originally thought that they were brought in, like among Native Americans around the Pueblo Revolt of 1680, we now know that it goes back a little bit further to 1519 with Hernan Cortez. That's the only thing that's really changed.
Even before that.
Wait,
Even
so
before that.
do you believe that the article says did exist or may have existed?
So I think that if you were to say that horses absolutely went extinct 12,000 years ago, I think you should say horses may have gone extinct 12,000 years ago, because the only evidence you claim to have
I'm trying to
is
test
that we didn't find any horse bones after that. So
we're now
if we're
further
finding,
proving that this individual has not read the article. So I'm going to let everybody know what it actually says. The
Charcoal
article does not
adjacent to the
conclude,
bone?
does, in fact, and he can now control F, may have persisted. And the reason why they say may
Right.
have persisted is that the dating was done associated specifically on bones, often charcoal within millimeters, not directly on I can't remember how you spell that word. Collagenated horse bone. So there is room for debate about mixing, reworking, or misassociation. The authors want to say this could be a paradigm shift, however, is non-conclusive. So literally, you believe that there is an article that is not accepted by even the BYU people as definitive, saying, we found bones that either date then, or because they are non-collagenated bones or burned up and charcoal is present, it's either the dates are wrong because of that, or they actually persisted. That is not the conclusion that horses in the Book of Mormon are true. And by the way, you committed the fallacy that I said earlier, which is that means you are tying the Native American population, which it is their ancestors who existed in Mexico at that time that we have all the evidence
I never made the claim that. Stop
into
bringing up
the
this.
Lamanites.
That's non sequitur.
It literally is not.
Look at this, the charcoal adjacent. They dated the charcoal. You said it was millimeters away from the horse bones. And if it was just millimeters away in the same layer, that's indicative it was in the same time period. So if the charcoal was dated back to 1000
Why are
AD,
they unwilling to make the conclusion that you are, that it is not actually accurate to say
I can
that
answer
these
that question.
non-collagenated
I can answer
bones-
that question.
So I just want to make sure, like,
Ready?
if I'm reading
The
a
answer is-
scientific paper, right, and the conclusion from the paper is X, right?
Yeah.
I'm only within, unless I'm an expert in that field, I'm only within my right to accept the claim of the paper. Like, so for example, I'm not a medical doctor, right? If there was a study done that said, hey, listen, if you eat this, like it'll fucking cure your cancer, right? Well, listen, I'm not a medical doctor. I can't say, oh, that's bullshit. If you eat that, it won't cure your cancer. You see what I'm saying? Like, so if I'm reading this scientific study, I need a really good reason why I would believe you rather than the claim of the study.
So
let's
basically,
look at the study.
to be clear,
real quick,
Look at,
the whole
let
thing
me
is
answer your
I
question.
have-
the book.
real quick, I have to head out. But hey, Jimmy,
was nice
it was
hanging out.
fun it was fun double teaming with you.
was a nice threesome.
I'll see you guys.
It was fun.
Yeah, I'll see you guys later.
Right.
See you, friend.
Right. So I do want to just be so clear what happened here. First, he gave us 2 article sources that didn't work. Then we got to the third one. He thought it was a 2-page article. It was actually a 31-page because he has never read it. Then we got to the part where they dated charcoal near bones, and the charcoal dates to a period of time that there is otherwise no evidence that horses existed in America. And he believes that this is proof that the anachronism about horses, not just existing, not just that there were some, that they were in use with humans as the Book of Mormon lists them. That horses existed in America, even though the authors, which included scholars from researchers from BYU, would not make that same conclusion. And he has celebrated after, by the way, to find the information. He gave us multiple Control F things. And I had to ask an AI purposefully in a way that would bias it to look for his answer and word it in a way that would sound affirming, and still we were not able to find that his conclusion is the one that the researchers, which included Mormons, were willing to make. That's where we are.
It's a little
It seems to be
misleading.
my
Here's where you're
takeaway.
misleading.
Hmm.
All right, a couple of things that were just a little bit misleading is in the article, scientists, when they discover new evidence to contradict the mainstream belief within the science community, science is really careful and slow to change, which we've seen countless times. For example, with germs, washing your hands before surgery. You know, there's lots of different events where science is like,
this is such a
we thought
oh my
this.
God.
So
I'm sorry, this is dumb. This is a smelling your
finish.
own fart
No,
argument
this
that
is
are
valid.
ahead of the
Let me
scientist. That
finish.
you are the person
You're feeling
who is going to
threatened,
take
and you're
that
not letting
science
me
to its
speak
conclusion.
because you're
The
threatened.
people who eventually submit that and go, hey, we've now caught up and can definitively say that, are scientists also. Just like the people who
Yes,
debunk
let me
bad
finish.
science are scientists also. You are smelling your own fart and saying, my
No, let me
conclusion aligns
finish.
with the
Here's
future
what I was saying.
scientists.
The
Not
scientists
the today
say it
scientists.
may conclude, it may mean
Uh-huh.
that horses
May.
did exist. If, yes, we can
All right,
agree that
so-
science said
if the
may.
age of the bones
So
is the same
all
as the
these
age of the charcoal.
scientists, all these PhDs,
So
they
it's a
see the
big maybe
evidence
right
and they're
now.
like, okay, if horses absolutely went extinct, they would not have said horses may have existed up until 1000 AD. The fact that they say may, it means this is a hypothesis. We say this with such a strong, high level of confidence that we can insert it into the article. If it were a low level of confidence, they wouldn't have
Okay, so-
inserted it. So the fact that they even included it and said,
let's-
hey, horses may have existed.
Do we have a different name for this
horses may
guy? Do
have
we have to call him
continued
Latter-day
into
Logic
Book of
every
Mormon
time?
times.
No, we'll call him Lad for now. So before we go any further, friends, I really want to talk about the Abraham funeral papyri and the Kinderhook plates, but I got to restart my virtual camera because it's lagging over on TikTok, and I don't know if it's going to crash anything. I've never had a problem with it before, so it's kind of a weird thing. But give me 1 second to restart it. If it crashes, I'll be back in like a couple seconds. Okay. I restarted the virtual camera and it's still laggy. Weird. Sorry, TikTok. It's just laggy on TikTok. I don't know why. After we get
I'm back.
Yeah, you should be fine.
By the way, do you want to know what the margin of error is on the I only read the summary from the other one. Oh my God. This won't matter to Latter-day Logic at all, I don't think. Latter-day Logic, how big would the margin of error have to be on the years that supported your thing where you would go, yeah, okay.
Oh, I don't know.
And it's funny because so right now, if I'm reading it correctly, I might not be, but it seems to me to be that the margin of error is literally almost the same as the year.
Sorry, hold on. My cat is on my soundboard. Hold on.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But this
guys.
chart is confusing, so I might not even be reading it correctly. And so I don't know whether that's actually what it's saying, but it looks like it might be saying that. Whether it is or isn't, it is funny that all of these, we have Equus Bones aged. None of these, just a reminder to the audience, he believes may, as opposed to a scientist going, hey, we have to leave this possibility open. May does not mean the hypothesis is so strong we have to leave it. None of these are bones tested. They are all, every one of them, charcoal tested near bones. That is in the chart.
Yes,
that is clear
I said that.
from the chart. It is all, no, I know. I'm making sure that we have reestablished it for the people. So you believe that the may, and it is only a may. And as I pointed out before, I reject that they have definitively stated, you said, haha, victory. They were there in Book of Mormon times, which isn't what they said, including the Mormons in this thing. Just that they have dated charcoal next to horse bones to that period of time. That is what they have actually aged. So I do reject that you have made that argument. And then at the end of the day, I went into this prepared for if you had the evidence, there were horses in America, to go, okay, fine. Joseph Smith knew about horses. So it's not surprising Joseph Smith wrote about horses. And the removal of the anachronism wouldn't have made the Book of Mormon true. But we haven't gotten there. You cannot definitively say they aren't an anachronism because an article says you have to be open to it. So this is what we've been arguing. You've taken victory for something you never even actually read and certainly didn't understand. You sourced multiple things that plain out did not support your thing. And at the end of the day, we still have, there is no evidence that horses existed in America during Book of Mormon time, were utilized by people, because keep in mind, the amount of horses and the utilization of the horses would have not made it this difficult to find them, nor the millions of the Lamanites and everything else. We have gotten absolutely nowhere over an anachronism that you have failed to prove isn't actually an anachronism, but you've claimed you have, and still will have not proven the Book of Mormon true, even if we remove the anachronism.
This is straw man because I never claimed I could prove the Book of Mormon true, first of all. And second of all,
you said the Book of Mormon was the single greatest evidence that Mormonism is true. Is that not correct?
Yeah, but that's
maybe
not what
I
you're
misheard
saying,
it because I was getting in. Okay, so the Book of Mormon is the single greatest proof that Mormonism is true. For Mormonism to be true on the basis of the Book of Mormon, is it not the reasonable, logical conclusion of an individual that if you're saying the Book of Mormon is proof that Mormonism is true, therefore the Book of Mormon must be true?
I never said that. I said that the strongest evidence
for Mormonism
asked to be true.
You called it a straw man that I drew that conclusion. That the book, you must be defending that the Book of Mormon is true if that is your greatest evidence that Mormonism is true.
Here's something interesting. Did you know that in the late 1800s...
Will you answer my question? Were you the guy I met in Big Screen that one time who wanted me to debate Jacob Hansen?
You didn't answer my question.
Was that you?
You didn't answer my question.
Was that you?
It's a little hypocritical.
Did you and I meet in an app called
about.
Big Screen one time? Do you ever use the app Big Screen? It's a VR.
No, I don't know what that is.
Okay. All right. You just seem very familiar. All right. Latter-day Logic, go ahead. What was your question to me? And then you'll answer mine, I hope.
All right. In the late 1800s, there were 230 alleged anachronisms found inside the Book of Mormon that seemed to disprove the Book of Mormon.
You never asked this question. You were supposed to ask the question to me that I didn't answer. You said I didn't answer yours, so I said, what was your question? You never started a question with in the late 1800s.
Well, you keep changing the subject, and I want to just point out that you said...
What was the question I didn't answer? Because before you move on, I want you to answer my question. So I will, in fairness, you said I didn't answer yours, so give me that question and then answer mine.
So in fairness, when you accused me of something I did not do, and that is that I claimed the Book of Mormon is proof. I claimed that Book of Mormon is strongest evidence for... So that, I know you might say it's pedantic. It's something important because you keep strawmanning me. But another point is that there were 230 anachronisms in the Book of Mormon. How is it that 80% of them have been dismissed? And you're saying Joseph Smith is just a really lucky guesser? Like, how could he have known about horses?
I have no reason to believe, first of all, that your 230 anachronisms claims is correct, especially on the basis of the claims you have made so far and how far they are from the actual documented truth. Then I would want to know, of those 230 claimed anachronisms, how many were still things that Joseph Smith was aware of in everyday life? So they weren't actually anachronisms, but they were things that Joseph Smith was aware of, existed around him in America at that time to evaluate it. But you just saying, it's funny because you're trying to say straw man and accuse me of fallacies. You are asking me to assume you are telling the truth about the 230 claims thing and just respond to, so why is it that 80% of them were debunked, as though I already accept that claim? And so first, if this is where you're going to go, we can go there. But again, then we would have to look up the quality of these anachronisms, go through them pretty much one by one, and find out whether or not the mistake of calling them an anachronism was simply on the people's part who weren't Joseph Smith. But if Joseph Smith actually wrote anything, that would have been a profound anachronism, as in nobody knew this true thing. And everyone thought it was impossible and had to be an anachronism because truly it would be impossible. For example, for steel swords or the bow that Nephi built, I believe.
We can go to
is one
steel
of them. I'd have to
swords
double
next
check.
if you want. That's not an anachronism either. Want to talk about steel swords?
When was it? When was the first steel weapon in the Book of Mormon?
600 BC.
And when did steel refining come to Jerusalem or anybody Nephi would have interacted with?
600 BC.
Where is your evidence of that?
Okay. If you want
Is
to
it going to be another
Google,
article you didn't read?
That was a good one. If you want to search steel sword, 600 BC, Jerusalem, it's the sword of, let me look up the name.
The steel swords existed around 600 BCE, with the varied Jericho sword being a prime example. I might not understand the claim.
The sword of Jericho.
Well,
is it
Mormons claim that millions of steel weapons were used by the ancient Lamanites
Now you're
in
shifting the
battles.
goalposts.
In what year?
No, I'm not. In battles. This is what the conclusion is going to be. So the battle would have been, that's a good question. When was the battle?
Yeah, so now he's shifting the goalposts. So now we established there were steel swords in 600
I am now
BC.
explaining. I'm now explaining to Justin what the actual claim of the Book of Mormon is, because that was a question he asked. And we will then get back to whether or not the presence of the sword of Jericho is a good enough reason to believe that Nephi and his family, or Zoram and his family, would have had the knowledge of how to refine steel, and that steel, being an anachronism like horses in the American continent, is still an anachronism because there is no evidence of steel on the American continent in 600 BC. So once we start with, if you can find steel in Jerusalem, fine. Now we need the evidence that steel made it from Jerusalem to the Americas.
And Nephi, as you remember, he was a metal worker.
I'm pretty familiar with like the history of steel. I guess I'm trying to figure out is when are we positing it was supposed to be in America? According to the Book of Mormon.
The Book of Mormon claims that this steel sword first appeared in Jerusalem before they even went to America. And so our friend Jimmy here,
I know that there are steel swords in Jerusalem.
When is the first time we see a steel sword in the Book of Mormon?
During the Iron Age.
And I said 600
That's not
BC.
the question I'm asking.
And then he asked me, when do we see it
when
in
did
Jerusalem?
swords reach America?
Hang on.
600 BC.
Wait, Latter-day Lad, since you condescendingly said you remember that there are stories of other peoples in the book, did you say that the first time steel appears in the Book of Mormon? I thought we said Jerusalem. I've gotten mistaken. You said the first time they appear in the Book of Mormon dates to 600 BC, right?
Yeah, First Nephi.
So you don't know the story of the Jaredites? Did you not read Ether? It's later in the book.
So the Jaredites didn't come from Jerusalem.
That's fair enough. They came from where was the Tower of Babel?
I don't know.
Justin, where was the Tower of Babel?
The supposed Tower of Babel was supposed to be actually at the northern territory, perhaps even in Ur, but that's not likely the case. There's a ruined. Hold on.
So to be clear, though, there is an earlier time with lots of steel swords than 600 BC, just not from Jerusalem. That is a fair connection that I jumped to too quickly. There is an earlier time. What is the time period where swords out of steel in the Book of Ether, and if you need your Book of Mormon, it should be around chapters... It's going to be somewhere between chapters 5 and 8. It may be 8. I can just look it up, actually.
So it's possibly one that was located in Uruk. That was a popular place for the ziggurat, but the Bible lists it in Shinar. Shinar is not a real place. It's not a place that we would recognize.
Okay. Ether 7:9. Wherefore he did come out of the hill Ephraim, and he did molten out of the hill, and made swords out of steel for those whom he had drawn away with him. And after he had armed them with swords, he returned to the city of Nehor, and gave battle unto his brother Korihor, by which means he obtained the kingdom and restored it unto his father Kib. Now, I don't want to reveal the answer yet, Latter Day. Don't you dare take this away from me. When did steel refinement, you said you're familiar with steel, Justin. When did steel refinement generally start?
So that's where it gets
That's the
fuzzy. So
theory.
smelting steel started around 1000 BCE. We do have some
Right.
evidence prior of that they were cold forging, and cold forging is when you heat it up. You can't actually smelt it, but you heat it up enough that it starts to get a little bit soft, and you can hit it with large hammers called cold
The
forging.
term molten would not mean cold, right?
Right, yeah, cold
If I
forging.
say he did molten out of the hill, we're talking hot forging, right?
Yeah, so hot forging would
Okay.
typically be molten or smelted, and that seemed to arrive around 1000 BCE.
Sure. Would you now like to reveal for the class, lad, what year the story of Ether that claims this molten technology of steel swords was being made out of the hill by the Jaredites?
We're assuming that what you're saying is true about steel.
Oh, I just read it. Would you like me to read it? Ether
No.
7:9. Whether he
No, not
came,
the Book of Mormon.
whether what Justin
I'm
said
talking
about
about the
steel
host.
is true? Sure.
Yeah, we're assuming
Sure.
that what he's saying is true.
Right. Okay. So we want to know, when did hot steel refining first appear in the world? I'm going to just stick with
Yeah,
perplexity
okay.
since
Now
you
that's
seemed to be
a
okay with
different
it
question.
earlier.
That's a
Mhm.
different question.
But
Do you
no, it
realize the
isn't, because we're
difference? If
talking
you
about an
ask,
anachronism. We're talking about an anachronism, which means that
yes,
we are
but you're
talking about
asking when
whether or
did
not it was
steel first
known to
appear?
exist anywhere else.
Okay, but just notice that your
Mhm.
question, this is
Why won't you
something that's
answer
really
what the
important
date was?
that okay, this is really important that you need to understand this point. You're
Mhm.
asking, when's the earliest we've ever discovered this thing? And since
Correct.
that's the earliest time we discovered it, you're concluding that must be the first time it ever happened. Do you see
Oh,
the
got you.
fallacy?
So wait, real quick, Latter-day Logic. You are saying then my earlier thing of what most of your apologetics will be is, just because we haven't found them doesn't mean we never will or that they never existed.
But we have
To
found a
be
steel
correct.
sword in 600 BC.
No. We're now talking about, I already conceded the Jerusalem thing was poor because I was talking about the Jaredites, and the Jaredites didn't come from Jerusalem, as you pointed out. Look, it's my day off, okay? Now, will you please give us the date of the story of the Jaredites, when this passage would be from? If you don't know, that's fine. I'm not even going to embarrass you. I can reveal it for everybody if
Yeah,
you
I'm
like.
still waiting for the date.
Yeah.
Like, listen, we could push back iron smelting a couple hundred years if that's helpful, but I guess I'm still looking for the date of what the Book of
Yeah.
Mormon says it's happening.
Yeah.
Well,
In
there's
verse
also another
7,
presupposition you're
verse 9.
making.
No.
The
Can we just,
presupposition you're
let's get to
making.
that. Let's get to that, lad. Let's get to that after you
No.
answer. What year was the verse Ether 7:9 referring to?
Okay. You want to avoid what I'm about to say because it debunks your
No,
point.
I want to hear
So-
it after, because I've asked you this question about 9 times. I just want the answer to the question, and I want you to reveal it. If you don't know, I'm happy to do it for you, but I'm trying to let
But-
the Book of Mormon believer present the Book of Mormon facts as much as possible, so we don't now have to argue about whether or not the year I say is accurate. So will you, for the audience and for Justin, and then I promise, whatever presupposition you're going to accuse me of, I will hear out and consider and concede if I have done that. As I've done twice
Okay.
now in this episode, conceded 2 things. Will you
Okay,
answer
all right.
what year verse Ether 7 verse 9 refers to?
It's approximately 2000 BC.
I think you are incorrect. Do you believe that? With how far off do you think you would say you might be off by?
With the Book of Ether?
Mm-hmm.
The Book of Ether I've always understood to be around 2000 BC.
Okay. I'll let me go ahead and look up while you I'll listen at the same time, because I think the Book of Ether is supposed to be around 2800 BC, but I could be wrong. I think but I'm fine with going with 2000 BC if that is what it turns out to be. However, I thought it was 2800 BC.
It says, wherefore he came to the hill Ephraim, and he did molten out of the hill and made a sword. So specifically, this is molten metal, not cold
Correct.
forging. So The question we need to answer now is approximately when is this time period supposed to be?
I'm just going to type in what year was Ether 7 in the Book of Mormon and see if I can get a Mormon to answer it. Oh, Ether 7 spans a lot of time, apparently. Let me do 7, 9. I'm getting a range. 1800 what did you say, 2000? You're close with one of them, says 2200. I do have at least one 2800. Trying to see if the church itself ever makes any claim of a specific
Are
date.
these blogs?
Yeah, I'm just skimming Google so far and went with the AI overview at the top. So right now I'm trying to find a church source. That's what I said before you asked if they were blogs.
I'm not too concerned about the year. So we can
I am.
move on to
2200.
your point.
Again, what year do we know that refined heated steel first appeared again, Justin?
So the earliest evidence we have is a couple hundred years prior to 1000, but it's only in Anatolia, and it's not quite sure if they were really fully able to smelt it. But we know for sure that actual smelting of iron was happening around 1000 BCE. In fact, that's the turn of the Iron Age. The Iron Age starts in 1000 BCE because that's when they finally were able to widespread and harness smelting that was powerful enough to do it.
Yeah. So it is a claim. So an anachronism is just saying, I believe, that this person is making this claim that something existed in a place or a time where we don't have physical evidence outside of the oral claim, essentially, that thing actually existed. So it would be accurate to say
I would disagree with that definition.
that the massive civil war in Ether that is fought with steel swords is anachronistic, correct?
So I would disagree with your definition of anachronism because you said artifacts that would predate the earliest evidence for that item, but I would define an anachronism as something that is out of place in its time from what it claims, and it's different because
I don't feel we said different things. I think you might have misportrayed, but I just went and found the actual definition: something belonging or appropriate to a period other than that in which it exists or is portrayed.
Great.
Right. So known history with physical evidence. We only know heated steel to exist. Like we have physical evidence. We have physical evidence of the steel of which Justin described. We have physical evidence. I'm sorry. No, it isn't, because basically it is being said that it isn't appropriate, that it doesn't belong to that period. And I would say clearly period also includes location, because the anachronism of the horses, nobody denies that horses existed in the world, just in America. So clearly when we're talking about anachronisms, we are all talking about place. And so right now, something belonging or appropriate to a period other than in which it exists or is portrayed. You have a claim of steel swords that we have no evidence of. And so we are calling it anachronistic because there is no evidence they actually existed, where actually presumably there would be lots, but, doesn't mean we'll never find them. And so what we do have actual evidence of makes it very unlikely. And until we have that evidence that it is not inappropriate for that time period, it would be an anachronism.
So I think there are two fallacies that I would say would prevent me from agreeing with that statement. The one fallacy is you're presupposing that because we have the earliest date where we've discovered something, we're also assuming that's the first time it existed. The second fallacy.
Nope. In fact, you just lied. I don't know if you lied because it may not have been unintentional. I actually said it is anachronistic until we find evidence that makes it appropriate for that time period. So that it is only essentially, right now, it is an anachronism. It is designated as inappropriate for that time period because evidence of its existence verifies it in other periods of times and places, but not the period of time or place, in this case it's both, and not the period of time or place that you are claiming. In fact, I offered the out that you could make it no longer an anachronism. So you accusing me of presupposing was another incorrect thing that you have either stated willfully or unintentionally in this
Okay. All right.
debate.
That's fair.
What is your
All
second
right, I
fallacy?
concede to that one. The second
Thank
one
you.
is you are, it sounds like, correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like you're assuming that if there is this civil war, all these dead bodies and all of these weapons laying on the ground, it sounds like you're assuming after 4,000 years, they would still be laying up on top of the ground, even though we all know
No, I'm not.
skeletons,
Nope.
they can't survive in the sun more than a decade. We wouldn't expect to
No,
find any bodies.
I
And
never
weapons,
was
they
assuming
would-
that at all.
they
In
would
fact,
be
what I was
either
assuming
buried-
is we've actually seen the efficiency of anthropologists in the modern era and the ability for them on a very little amount of information to figure out an area that things may have happened, go investigate, and find like trading routes of ancient Jews. In fact, this is how we know that the story of the Exodus is a made-up story, because now anthropologists know what those Jews were up to during that period of time based on much less information, and have been able to uncover archaeological evidence that supports their anthropological hypotheses. They go out there and they prove them. So actually, it would be that the amount that the Book of Mormon claims would give anthropologists enough evidence that if Joseph Smith crossing America can literally come across a Lamanite grave that easily, finding the millions of people who use steel swords from back in 3 or 20, what did you go with, 2000 BC, all the way to the millions of people who died closer to 400 AD as the later battle of the Book of Mormon shows, that we are missing millions of people whose numbers, first of all, don't make sense, that they were that many people, but then also who would be not just difficult to find, they'd be difficult to miss. You would start happening upon them. People would have happened upon these ancient American Jews by now. There were so many people. Well, feel free to disagree. People happen upon dinosaurs, but statistically, I just don't think the data is in your corner.
Well,
do you know how bad our video is on YouTube, by the way, Justin?
What do you mean by bad?
Like, I'm watching. Move your head back and forth and then look at my screen.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's going to take a minute, I guess, to find. There, it's cut.
Oh, it's
cut.
lagging
At least on
YouTube?
on the vertical. Yeah, on the vertical, at
No
least we
fucking
look
way.
like
Oh shit.
we look like we're popping and locking even when we're just hanging out.
I wonder if my internet service is having a bad day today. Shit. Okay. Happens
So
sometimes.
a couple of things you said I want to address is
Yeah, which fallacies
Yes,
are you going to wrongly accuse me of this time?
well, you
here's-
said that Joseph Smith found a grave, a skeleton of a Lamanite. And you're saying, well, because Joseph found this Lamanite, we should find these Lamanites from 2000 BC. But the Lamanite that Joseph Smith found could have been centuries, millennia later. So you can't compare those two. Secondly, you said we would
At that time,
expect to
Joseph Smith
stumble
was
upon
saying that the
graves.
ancestors of the Lamanites, the Native Americans, are ancestral linked to the Lamanites.
And secondly,
so
the other thing I want to
only
point
if
out,
you are
just let me
willing to
finish.
admit that that was definitely untrue, but still you would have it. They are so abundant that in walking across the country, Joseph just happens to come across a Lamanite, but we can't come across a single individual that we can confirm are of a lineage of ancient American Jews.
We don't claim they were Jews. Now, let me continue what I was saying.
I'm sorry,
That
Nephi wasn't a Jew?
No, he was not a Jew. Have you read the Book of Mormon? He was not a Jew.
You don't believe that?
Okay,
Okay,
let me
you
continue.
don't believe that the Nephites, the Lehites, and that the tradition they were carrying and from whence they came was Judaism. Yes, of course, they had their modern, it's their old, like, well, at a certain point, it becomes old-time Mormonism. But you believe that Jesus wouldn't have accounted him as part of his church, despite the fact that he was a Jew.
So they're not Jews. Let me continue with my sentence before you interrupted me.
Okay.
You
All right.
said
The religious
that
tradition
we would,
from Jerusalem that maintains Judaism and then builds upon it, I suppose, is what we're going to do for because my short term of they are Jews was insufficient. We'll just go with that.
But they wouldn't even have Jewish DNA. That's why it's important to distinguish. So going back to what I was saying is, you
Why wouldn't
said
they
it would
have
be
DNA?
difficult to. My gosh, are you threatened by me? Are you scared? Let
No,
me
you
finish
made a
sentence.
claim, and I want to know the answer to your claim. Nephi was born in Jerusalem. Why wouldn't he have Jewish
Who cares?
DNA?
We're talking about his DNA. If I'm born
are they
in
Israelites?
Mexico, if
Okay,
I'm
are they
born in
Israelites?
Italy, does that mean my DNA is Italian?
Well, first of all, I was describing the religion that they were practicing. They are Israelites that were practicing.
No, you're talking about their
type of
DNA.
evolved Judaism. If we were going to DNA track them, would we not track them to? Would it not, if you follow Nephi's lineage, fall all the way back to Israelites practicing Judaism? Is that correct?
Israelites.
Okay, great.
Not necessarily
Great.
practicing
Okay.
Judaism.
Great. We have now figured out the pedantic terminology we can use. My apologies, people, for shorthanding it to that they aren't ancient Jews, even though that was their religious tradition and what we would have seen lots and lots of evidence of. DNA-wise, they are ancient Israelites of Jewish faith. My apologies.
No, not of Jewish faith, of Israelite faith. Was
Nephi of Jewish faith?
This is really this type of semantic nonsense isn't actually relevant to the conversation. Listen, like we understand in colloquial terms when we call somebody a Jew, we typically understand that the Jew today refers to not just people from the tribe of Judah. In fact, there are some people who might think that they're from the tribe of Benjamin that we would still refer to as a Jew. There are some people, if they thought that they were one of the lost 10 tribes, they might still be okay being referred to as a Jew. This is just like semantic pettifogging. Right. I don't want to waste any time on it. It's nonsensical. If you want to say Hebrew or Israelite rather than Jew, you're welcome to have it. I don't want to waste time on it.
For people
that's
who
fine.
want the clarity,
You're just
Nephi
saying
was
that they're
allegedly of
religious
the
tradition.
tribe of Manasseh. So it still would, as I said, ancient Jews, I should have said ancient Israelites to satisfy Lad. So Lad, here we are.
Yeah.
The tribe of Manasseh, the ancient Israelites, who, by the way, were religiously Jewish. Nephi and Lehi were Jewish prophets in the Book of Mormon tradition. I don't know why he's telling you they weren't. That is 100% true. But do go on.
The whole reason why I made this clarification
I just want to recenter the conversation
when it comes
because
to
I feel
DNA,
like it's been derailed by anachronisms. Anachronisms are fun, but there's a reason why I don't really talk about anachronisms on my channel, is because they're like anachronisms are, a lot of them are going to boil down to arguments from a lack of evidence. And I just don't think it's a strong case either way. Now, there are some really strong anachronisms, like we know for sure in the Bible. I want to focus on, because there's two different things that I've heard about, but I'd like to know more about. And I'd be curious if you two can get into it. So there's this idea that there was an Egyptian hieroglyph that supposedly included Abraham in it. And Joseph Smith had translated it. And obviously this was prior to us really knowing how to translate Egyptian hieroglyphs very well. And he gave a translation of it. And then it turned out that wasn't really the translation of it. Do you know what I'm talking about?
You're talking about talking about the funeral plates.
The funeral papyri, not the
Abraham.
Not the Kinderhook plates. Not
the Kinderhook plates are a completely different
That's
thing.
A complete forgery.
Yeah. We're referring to the image in the Book of Abraham that Joseph Smith claimed depicted Abraham about to kill Isaac, but in fact has been since proven to be a standard funerary depiction.
This one, you can see it on the screen.
The Kinderhook plates are completely a different thing. And not a good thing either, but it's completely a different thing.
Okay, I'm happy to address this. So take a look at these. I'm glad you have these images. Can you bring it down maybe like a ½ inch? It's cut off at the top.
Yeah, give me a second. I'm working on it right now.
So what we have here on the right is a copy of the papyrus that Joseph Smith had in his possession. What we have on the left is the printer's manuscript of it. And printing back then, they had to draw in a mirror image, so that way when it printed, it would print in the correct image. And you'll notice a couple of differences between the two. you notice how on the image on the right, the man standing, he's standing between the legs and the lion couch, whereas on the image on the left, he's standing behind both the legs and the lion couch. We see actually a few different discrepancies between the two.
Hold on, I don't see that.
Okay, so you see the image on the left, the guy standing in the back.
Stop talking into your pillow.
Yeah, you're talking into a pillow again, man.
Okay, you see on the left, the guy standing in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty obvious to see that one. On the right, you see that he's standing behind the legs, but in front of the lion couch. You see how the lion's legs come out from behind him?
Sure.
Real quick, before we continue with your explanation of the differences, is it your assertion that Joseph Smith was correct and the thing he translated was in fact a depiction of Abraham killing Isaac?
Oh yeah, so this is that's my take.
Excellent.
Okay. Yeah, and you can see
I don't
another
think
difference
to be completely honest, Justin, I think I'm not going to say a single word. I think I'm going to let him just say, here is the reason why this thing that looks almost identical to a funerary drawing, a depiction, an ancient Egyptian funerary drawing. Here's the thing that because of some minor things that are different, even though there are major things that are the same, because of those minor differences, this in fact is not what Egyptologists already know about. This is about a new thing that Joseph Smith discovered looking nearly identical that is in fact Abraham killing Isaac. I don't think any rebuttal that I offer will be better than just letting him make this claim. So I think I'm just going to let him do that. I think that's all I have to share on this.
Okay.
Are you aware that the drawing on the left is there are alternatives to this, right? We have another instance of this from the book. Give me a second. So from the Book of the Dead, which I happen to have a copy of, that looks like that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably what the original. That's probably what the original looks like.
Yeah, right. But this is not about Isaac for sure. This is pretty stock imagery from the funeral papyri.
So I'm glad you mentioned that. So what I wanted to point out are some of these differences in detail between these.
But
Egyptologists,
the difference doesn't matter.
It does. Let me make my point. It's actually a really strong point.
We've got a handful of images of this particular process from the funeral papyri, right? And you're going to say, well, because all of the images aren't perfectly identical to each other, that means the one that Joseph Smith had was somehow different. Well, that one's about Isaac, but the other ones aren't.
No, that's not the direction I'm going. I'm actually making a really... Okay, all right. So here I want to point out that Egyptologists, when they look at especially Book of the Dead and Book of Breathings, they come across this image a lot. And so then when they see this image in the Book of Abraham, without even taking a deep look at it, their knee-jerk reaction, it takes less than a second. They instantly recognize this as the same scene from the Book of the Dead, from the Book of Breathings. And then they say, okay, that's this. Okay? What they fail to notice is when I point out the differences in the detail, you'll notice that none of these other Book of the Dead, Book of the Bread, none of these other examples from the Book of the Dead is there the priest standing between the person and
he's
the
actually going to
couch.
do the exact thing I said he's going to do that he said he wasn't going to do.
Yeah.
And then here you see that Abraham is shirtless, but he's wearing underwear. And so you look at all these details. There's a handful. The point is there are a handful of details that are different where it's here. I'm taking a familiar scene from the Book of the Dead. I'm taking a familiar scene and I'm telling a different story with that scene, the same way Jesus did in the New Testament when he referenced an Egyptian story, but applied it to Christianity.
Joseph Smith took a familiar scene and made up a new story about it because he's a liar.
Now, Justin, would you remind me which verses it is in the Bible where those funerary jars are underneath the table he sacrifices Isaac on?
So the sacrifice
Obviously.
is in chapter 22 of Genesis?
Yeah. And those same jars are there.
Oh, as it turns out, there are no funerary jars under the altar.
Weird. Are you saying he did not follow the Egyptian standard of preparing a body when he was going to kill Isaac?
Yeah, that seems to be the case. Also, as it turns out, there'd be no reason to have funerary jars at the top of the mountain.
I'm sold. The Book of Mormon is true. I retract it all. You win.
Yeah. So did you have another point you wanted to bring up?
I'd like to talk about the Kinderhook plates.
Okay, so in the Kinderhook plates, some guys forged these fraudulent plates that made of brass in the shape of a bell. And these plates, they just carved some fake symbols on these plates. And then they presented them to Joseph Smith and exhorted him to analyze them, pray for inspiration to translate them. And so he took these plates and he says, okay, I'll take these plates. So he had them in his possession for several days. And then he was going through some of the symbols, and he was also looking at, by the way, this is the 8th anniversary of the same week where Oliver Cowdery attempted to translate the gold plates instead of Joseph Smith. And he was denied that because the Lord told him, you just tried it with trying to seek me first, but you didn't study it out in your mind first. And I want you to study it out in your mind and then come to me. So 8 years later, he's got these plates. So Joseph Smith, according to that prophet, that revelation 8 years prior, he knows, I'm going to try to figure this out secularly, academically first, logically, and then I'll go to the Lord.
He's certainly not going to figure it out academically. I mean, the guy was a goof.
So he goes through this book. He calls this book the grammar of Egyptian alphabet language, and he's got all these different
Which Egyptian, by the way?
or not Abrahamic.
Yeah, which
he's got all
version?
these Egyptian symbols in this book.
Which
and then the
Egyptian? Was he saying it was
interpretations of
Reformed
these
Egyptian or
Egyptians.
regular Egyptian?
I thought he said it was Reformed Egyptian, again, which is a language that doesn't exist.
So that's irrelevant. That's the Book of Mormon. He's not talking about the Book of Mormon right now.
Okay.
So he's going through these symbols, and there's a match. One of these fake symbols that these fraudsters put on the plate matches one of the symbols in his journal of Egyptian symbols. And the symbol in his journal has the meaning of the Pharaoh, the son of Ham. And so that was the only match. And William Clayton, his scribe, wrote down the observation saying, here's a match. This symbol matches this one in the book in his journal. And so Joseph Smith has these plates. We don't know what was going on behind the scenes. We can only speculate. But then he returns to the fraudsters and he said, I'll tell you what, once you have these Kinderhook plates verified by the museums of Philadelphia and Chicago, then I'll attempt to translate them. So then they took back the fraudulent.
Wow, we're really
plates
skipping the
and
part where he
never
said
returned
it
back to
was
them.
he was a descendant of Ham through the loins of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and that he received his kingdom from the ruler of heaven and earth. We've really skipped that.
No, I told you.
I'll attempt to
William Clayton wrote
translate
that
them.
down.
Translated a significant portion of them so far.
No. The only symbol was written by William Clayton. And then William Clayton pointed out the similarity that this symbol means son of Pharaoh, son of Ham, through the loins, what you just said, word for word. I agree with that.
And that he
Joseph
received
Smith
his
never
kingdom from
declared-
the rule of heaven and earth. One symbol was all of that.
According to Clayton's journal, it says, I've seen 6 brass plates covered with ancient characters of language containing from 30 to 40 on each side of the plates. Joseph Smith has translated a portion and says that they contain the history of the person with whom they were found. He was a descendant of Ham through the loins of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and that he received his kingdom from the ruler of heaven and earth.
No, so just to give you more clarification, if that's all the research you do, you're going to come across with a false conclusion. So in his Egyptian alphabet journal, that symbol provides all of that description. He never claimed that any of that was a divine revelation from God. He never claimed any of that was a translation through the Holy Spirit. That was actually all written by William Clayton, and Joseph Smith never confirmed if
Oh,
that's
so
the
he,
case. And
William
you'll know
Clayton
that
lied. He
many
made it
times
up.
William
Who was William
Clayton would
Clayton?
often
Wait,
write
wait, 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 wait,
things
lad. Who was William
in the
Clayton?
wording of Joseph Smith. So when you see something
Who
that
was
William
William
Clayton
Clayton?
wrote, William Clayton was a scribe for Joseph Smith.
Yeah. His most trusted
Okay.
secretary, I think Joseph described him as, that the church now tries to discredit as the source of the misinformation.
Well, are you aware that William Clayton would sometimes write things as if it came from Joseph Smith, despite him not actually saying it?
I am aware that the church claims a lot of things to try and discredit Joseph Smith, or rather, William
Yeah,
Clayton.
so that
And at the end of the day,
symbol,
this man who was using divining rods as a kid, seer stones, always having these revelations, and has a direct connection to God.
Gish Gallop.
God didn't even bother to go, you genuinely don't know what a Gish Gallop is. God didn't bother to go, hey man, this thing's a fraud. You've actually seemed to have assumed that's what happened, and that's why he supposedly said, go get these authenticated somewhere first, and then I'll translate. Which, where is that?
Yeah, how do you
quote?
explain that away?
Where is that
you can
quote?
Google it.
Yeah, where can we find it?
So you don't know where we can find it. I can Google it or trust you
Wait,
that
are
that
you
quote exists.
are you expecting me to have all these sources memorized?
Earlier, I would expect you to have a basis. I was able to get you at least the general book and chapters of where verses were. I was able to very quickly find when you're making claims about articles that you hadn't even read the article. So right now you have a trend of not knowing the source material that you are claiming. So I am going to first ask you what the source material is. And I'm not surprised you have now gone from trying to guess the wrong ones like before to just saying, why don't you Google and do my work for me?
Okay, Kinderhook plates.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it was a single symbol that was the correlation, first of all.
Oh, so we're not
Joseph Smith
answering my
never
question.
claimed to
No,
have
it sounds like
translated
he's
the
not going to.
plates.
So there's a single
Yeah.
symbol. So how did he translate like a whole story?
I just Googled, I
Because
cannot
in
find
his-
the quote that he told them to go get them authenticated and return to him.
Okay,
You told me I could
have
Google it.
Okay, I have the information here. I'm trying to find the spot.
Go ahead, tell me where to find the information.
Okay, I'm trying to find which part
So
of the
to be clear,
account it is.
in the history of the church, there's a quotation from Joseph Smith saying, I have translated a portion of the plates and find that they contain the history of a person with whom they were found. He was a descendant of Ham through the loins of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and that he received his kingdom from the ruler of heaven and earth.
So
I'm sure that
written
was
by
all
William
on his. He
Clayton.
meant by a portion. He literally just meant a single symbol on a single. William
Right.
Clayton is trusted scribe. Ladd assumes he didn't actually say that because if he actually said that, this is really going to fall apart.
That's
think
in
about the
History of the
odds.
Church, Volume 5, page
Yeah,
372.
think of the odds. What are the odds that these fraudsters put a symbol that exactly matched a symbol in the Egyptian journal, and the description in the Egyptian journal has that long description?
Nobody's arguing that he wasn't super into Egyptology, especially once it helped him sell his narrative.
Yeah, it's
But
pretty
these were fake
easy to
symbols.
put random symbols on a page and have one of them look vaguely familiar to another symbol. In fact, I'm looking at the symbol that looks like the symbol in reference, and it actually doesn't look much like it, to be fair, and it's a super common symbol.
Yeah, it's like a little boat.
Yep. Or a leaf.
Yeah.
Or a hand.
Anyway, I'm
Yeah.
still trying to find
So-
where the quote is, and I assume it's from Joseph Smith and not William Clayton, since that's that Joseph Smith would be the only reliable person to have reported it, seems to be, but I can't find it from anybody else either yet. I'd take a Lucy at this point, where the report that he told them they have to go get authenticated first. I'm open to the idea that it exists. I just can't find it.
It's crazy that there's one symbol matching, and somehow Joseph Smith was able to develop a baseline for a story.
Yeah.
So I answered this question a couple of times. Let me try
Do you know
to
how Egyptian
phrase it
hieroglyphs
differently.
work?
Okay, let me just try to phrase it differently. So he has a journal. Joseph Smith has a journal of all these different Egyptian symbols. And then next to each of those symbols, he has a long meaning. Sometimes it was short, but you can actually see photocopies of this journal. And you can see, you go several pages into this journal, you find the symbol of the boat, of that little leaf thing. And you see next to it is his interpretation of that symbol. So by
I'm
looking
aware.
at the Kinderhook plates, and then
What's
he
his
sees the match,
interpretation of the symbol?
he already gave it. Jimmy, he already shared it.
Right, that's the problem.
I haven't.
So,
What? I'm
the wa-
sorry, I wasn't listening.
The way
I was looking for this letter.
the way most
this
of the
confession.
hieroglyphs worked is that a symbol was typically paired with a syllable, right? So it wasn't like a phrase or a word or a string of words. It's just a single syllable.
Well, no, not all the time. You're saying every single time?
No, not every single time, but for the vast majority of Egyptian literature, what you'll find is that it's reduced to a syllable. A sign is roughly equivalent to a syllable. In fact, if I got a Book of the Dead that has the English and the actual syllabic Egyptian side by side.
Yeah, so Ham is a single syllable.
Right, but you don't know anything about Ham. In this story, you get a whole narrative. It says, let's see, 1 second. Let me grab the narrative he told. I translated a portion of the plates and find that they contain the history of a person. A history is conveyed in more than one syllable. It says, to whom they were found, he was a descendant of Ham, through the loins of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and that he received his kingdom from the ruler of heaven and earth. None of that you could get from one symbol. That's preposterous.
I agree. That's not what he didn't get that interpretation just from a single symbol. This is what he was doing with his Egyptian. Yeah, this is what he did with his notebook, his Egyptian notebook. So he'd have these symbols.
The specific symbol you're referring to is neck. It shows up in the Book of the Dead often. In fact, I'm familiar with the symbol. I only opened up to a random page, and it's on the page about 30 times. It's one of the most common Egyptian symbols ever.
Awesome.
So,
what's your point?
The odds that some goof scribbling on a plate is going to accidentally draw one of the most used symbols in popular Egyptian literature is pretty high.
Okay, that's assuming he had access to, Egyptian symbols. If he did, how come none of the other symbols are Egyptian?
That's what I'm saying.
On the
It's a
Kinderhook
guess. I said the chance that somebody is going to guess and draw a figure that looks like another common figure is pretty high.
Okay, so these fraudsters, we all know they were fraudsters who wrote the Kinderhook plates. They put all these fake symbols. Only one of them resembles this Egyptian hieroglyph.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And then, yeah, I agree. So in Joseph's notebook, which keep in mind, when you go back and look at Joseph Smith's notebook, he was trying to learn Egyptian. A lot of the notes in his notebook were incorrect. When he says, this symbol I think means this symbol I think means this. So then he took, that's based what the William Clayton wrote is the meaning of that symbol from the Kinderhook plates. So it wasn't a divine, he never claimed it was a divine translation. So this was just, remember, he was trying to learn it on his own first before seeking the Lord. And this is the only symbol that had a match. This is the meaning of that symbol, according to his notebook, which is probably wrong. But that's okay because that was just his own efforts. We don't claim prophets are infallible. Yeah.
So he was wrong.
This wasn't a divine translation. And then he refused to translate the plates until they were authenticated.
So nobody's saying that it's divine. What we're saying is that this is a guy who doesn't know anything, is pretending to know things. That's what this proves. This guy's a fraud and a fake. He tricked a lot of people, and he's tricking you right now.
Well, that's an opinion you have, but you have yet to prove it. This guy, William Clayton's the one who wrote it, not Joseph Smith.
I
Joseph
gave you
Smith,
I gave you
he
the
claims
quote from Joseph Smith. Were you not listening?
that quote you said is from William Clayton, that William Clayton often wrote in first person for
The
Joseph Smith
quotation
when Joseph Smith.
was in History of the Church.
I know, I agree. I don't
Okay,
think
who
you're
wrote
following me.
that? It
This is a
says
quote
Joseph.
written by William Clayton.
It says Joseph Smith stated it, and it was in the church history.
I agree. William
Okay.
Clayton will, yes, there is actually repeated examples. You can probably Google search this, where William Clayton will write
Because
things
we know he hasn't.
quoting Joseph Smith when Joseph Smith never actually said it.
Well, I'm asking you, who is quoting Joseph Smith in Church Histories, Volume 7?
William Clayton.
Then why wasn't it credited to William Clayton, and why does it have a different quote?
It may have been a common practice back in the 1800s, but this is just how William Clayton quoted Joseph Smith a lot.
So we've got multiple quotes that don't match each other from Joseph Smith.
No, from William Clayton.
Well, yeah, from William Clayton about Joseph Smith.
Yeah. But there's no
Yeah.
contradiction about the Kinderhook plates.
I didn't say anything about a contradiction. I'm saying it's a lie. He's a goof. He's saying that the plates say something that it doesn't. If he's only got one letter translated, he doesn't have anything beyond a syllable.
Yeah, so that one syllable is ham.
It's not.
According to his notebook, it is.
Well, according to his notebook, he's wrong.
Yes, I
Hey,
agree. That notebook is wrong.
I am curious about something. The one of the guys who made the fraudulent plates said that Joseph Smith claimed that the Kinderhook plates would end up producing a book of 1,200 pages. Why did Joseph Smith say that?
No, he took it back and said he admitted he was lying when he said Joseph Smith said that.
Oh, interesting. Because that is literally the quote right before the quote where not Joseph Smith, he claimed, this Fugate guy claimed that Joseph Smith wanted them authenticated before he would do the full translation of 1,200 pages. So to be clear, the Westgate thing we should not believe because it didn't come from Joseph Smith himself. But his assertion that, because I did a lot of work to finally find it, that Joseph Smith did say, I won't translate this until you get it authenticated. That is a true statement that Joseph Smith said, written by one of the fraudsters in the, not actually the sentence before, in the same sentence that he said Joseph Smith claimed that there would be 1,200 pages.
If you keep reading, you'll see that in another letter, he admitted he was lying about that part.
No, I'm saying, you're saying that sentence contains half a lie and half a truth.
Yes.
That the part of the sentence where he said the 1,200 pages, he would produce 1,200 pages after they get authenticated by the Antiquarian Society in Philadelphia, which is the sentence. We understand Joe Smith said they would make a 1,200 pages, but he would not agree to translate them until they were sent to the Antiquarian Society at Philadelphia, France, and England. You're saying the first half of that sentence saying what Donald Trump, it's hard to, they do have some similarities. What Joseph Smith said was true. The first half that Fugate says Joseph Smith said was true was false, but the second half, which is actually a continuation of that sentence, basically him explaining why he wouldn't do the full 1,200 pages. The second half, that's the explanation, actually is a different true thing. And so half the sentence is true if you change the context of why they are saying that part of the sentence, but the other half is false, correct?
So I'm going to say what you said. I'm just going to steelman you. I'm just going to use different words, okay? Okay, so the fraudster is writing a letter to, I think it's to the other fraudster, right?
To J.T. Cobb.
Is J.T. Cobb, I don't know, is he the name of the other fraudster?
Well, there were 3 total, and no, Wiley Witten and him were it was Wiley Witten and Fugate.
So he's writing a letter to a third party.
Yes, and if we were to put that in modern day language, he would have said something along the lines of, Joseph Smith basically said this translation would produce 1,200 pages, which he would be willing to do once we've gotten the authentication done. And now you are saying that would be the modern reading of it. You can say I'm wrong, I guess. I think you agree with that. Should we start there? That would be the modern reading of that sentence. Yeah, of course not. Because I know you're not going to accept that, all right? You can't.
Let's stick with what he said. Let's not change his words.
Except for his words are written. Okay. We have to explain what his words mean because this isn't how we speak to each other anymore. We understand Joe Smith said they would make a book of 1,200 pages, but he would not agree to translate them until they were sent to the Antiquarian Society at Philadelphia, France, and England. Why he wouldn't agree to them is easy to see that 1,200 pages is a lot of work. So first you need to do this thing that we want done prior. But you can, of course, you weren't going to agree to modernizing the language because you know that would be the honest thing and it might help a lot of this fall apart, is my opinion of why you would do that.
I don't think so. Okay. All right, so here's my steel man. Here's my steel man of what you're saying. Just let me know if at any point it's contradicting your point. So
sure.
You're saying that this fraudster, he's writing a letter to somebody and he's saying, I'm going to, Joe Smith agreed to produce, X amount of pages, whatever, of this translation, which that seems to be in his favor. Like he and his fraudster buddies, it's like they're high-fiving each other. It's like, all right, he's gonna dig himself a hole here. Oh boy. So
no, you are adding a whole ass story to it. You are adding a ginormous story to it.
So this is actually an important detail. That those
you said you were steel manning me, but now you're telling a story. My steel man is that is one sentence which implies he will do the translation after it's been authenticated. And in fact, that this does not indicate whether he was suspicious or not. I won't say it means he wasn't suspicious, that he accepted that they were real, but you will say it is proof that he was suspicious that they were real. And I think that your position is not defensible, that in fact, the whole sentence only makes sense as a whole, and that you are saying the first half of the sentence where the 1,200 page thing, which I've already tried to look up, I can't find your claim that he ever said that the 1,200 page claim was false, but I'll keep looking. Because earlier, let's keep in mind, earlier you promised Joseph said it, and William Clayton can't be trusted because he's William Clayton, but I need to trust the second half of a sentence, independent from the first half, from the fraudster who made the Kinderhook plates, that what he said, in fact, was an admission that basically Joseph Smith caught him, knew what they were up to, but do ignore the first half of the sentence that the second half seems to be dependent on. That's good.
No, I wouldn't say to ignore it because I would say look at all the data. If you're looking at just that one letter, then you're isolating, you're kind of siloing the data.
Right, where can I find the letter where the 1,200 pages thing is also admitted to be fraud, admitted to be untrue?
Okay, let me try to find that for you.
I'm very curious too, what you think his reasoning was when he's admitting to the fraud to now make up the 1,200 thing.
I'll give you the answer if you promise to let me finish my sentence.
I won't. I can't make that promise. Too autistically compulsive.
Okay, so when he's writing this letter and he's saying, okay, he agreed to write all these pages, that part of the sentence is something that those against Joseph Smith are super excited about because they know it's a fraud and it was going to dig himself a hole. But then when he says, oh, but first he wants to get it authenticated first, that's something that the critics of Joseph Smith hate to admit that that's part of the letter, because Joseph Smith is skeptical. This is the only document that Joseph Smith has been skeptical about, and it happens to be the fraudulent one. And so it's obviously in his favor to include the detail like, oh, he promised this, but he admitted later that he was lying about that part.
Well, again, we haven't actually gotten to the part where he admitted he was lying. So you haven't found, I'm having to go find stuff for you. It wasn't quite what you said before. And I feel you've now just proven that you aren't familiar with this case either, because you basically were saying it would be advantageous, essentially, in a way that wouldn't be advantageous if you had known. You said the other fraudster earlier, you were wrong. It was Cobb, who was a LDS critic, not and not an LDS person, was an LDS critic. So telling him the 1,200 page thing, but Joseph wouldn't do it until it was authenticated, feeding information to a critic, it seems to me your reasoning of what that is evidence of. I'm not even sitting
That's
here
not
and
what I
saying that the
said.
conclusion is wrong. Your reasoning of why he would include that because it would be advantageous makes zero sense.
Well, here's how it makes
So,
sense.
not to
Is
interrupt,
those
but
who would be
I've been working through the possible translations of this symbol.
Yeah.
If it's a logogram, it just means basket, which means one symbol, one word. If it's a syllable,
it's a wrong
could
symbol. It's a wrong interpretation. I already admitted that. Joseph Smith's this interpretation that William Clayton wrote, it's an incorrect interpretation. Like
so literally everything. So everything William Clayton wrote is a lie then. About the Kinderhook plates.
fallacy.
No.
That's the stuff that doesn't hold for the church well.
No, what I'm saying is 100% of that quotation from Clayton is false then. There's not a single part of it's true.
Why did Clayton
Joseph
lie?
Smith never.
Because that would be intentional. That's a big claim. So why was William Clayton
Why
lying?
would he do that?
Yeah, I've got a great answer for that. So because in this journal, William Clayton had access to it. And William Clayton had access to the Kinderhook plates. So it seems to make sense to me. It seems really simple to me that if Joseph Smith, I don't know if he even looked through them, but maybe he did, but William Clayton looks through them and then he finds a match. Maybe Joseph Smith identifies, okay, this symbol matches this symbol. So then if these plates are authentic and they are genuine characters, and if the Egyptian grammar language journal is correct also, then it logically follows that this symbol would mean this. So then William Clayton takes it upon himself thinking, this is a safe bet to write this, given all of this information. But he had false assumptions on the authenticity of the plates and on the truthfulness of the meanings in the grammar alphabet book. Does that answer your question?
I do.
No.
It doesn't. Not, and certainly not to my satisfaction, who grew up in the church and who would know that everything you just described, if it was anybody else and we weren't defending, we would be describing the actions of a person who would be a false prophet that God would be so mad with, he would have like fucking killed them. Literally, like, you are doing wrong things with my prophet's words, my servant's words, and I know all things, and I know what this is going to lead to. This is the kind of shit God smites for. And
like
yet, apparently he is,
what did he do to
tell us
Jonah?
the comparable story with William Clayton as with Jonah, and how he used this opportunity of his false Jonah's story and William Clayton's also aren't that comparable. You are saying here that a person that Joseph Smith would have made his official scribe, which in the church, a secretary is a called position. You use the priesthood to decide who to make a secretary. So God has affirmed this is the good guy. And this guy is going to be writing false prophecies, and God's not going to alert his prophet or interfere or smite William Clayton for writing false prophecies and false claims of God acting in his name. This is the only kind of apologetics you can get away with, not even with Justin, because Justin already was smelling the bullshit, but with a lot of people who just were never raised in Mormonism and don't know how much we think God interferes. We literally believe if we pay tithing, God will help us find sales on shit. That's the Mormon level of God interferes every day, all the time.
That.
You will get, don't you fucking lie, you piece of shit. The number of blessings that they tell you
can't say
and
that
that they
me.
base.
You can't
Yes, I can. I can call
me
you a
like
piece of
that.
shit every
I've
single
given
time. You absolutely know that bishops' testimony meetings, that the blessings of tithing are pay your tithing first and then wait for God to receive. And that even if it is a financial problem, God will figure out how to provide for you. I can absolutely call you a lying piece of shit because you are depending on an audience who will not have sat in those pews, not gone to testimony meeting, not gone to general conference, and not heard the way you are pushed to pay tithing, because you will get both heavenly and earthly rewards. And how, while they may not directly say you'll find sales, they love to elevate people who give the stories of the earthly blessing they received that they tied to the fact that they tied their that they paid their tithing. It's a very efficient way to cult speak. But then how would you defend against? Of course, you have to deny it. You're in the cult. You do the cult speak.
All right. So as we were talking about the Kinderhook plates before you went on this tangent, so just to kind of, I think you're running away because you thought, not you, but the host thought that the Kinderhook plates, I don't know if this is what you thought, you presented it almost like it could have been compelling evidence against Joseph Smith. Whoops, we didn't know about the detail where the fraudster admitted Joseph Smith won't translate it until they're authenticated. Okay, I guess you didn't do all your research. That's okay.
Where did the fraudster say that?
In the letter. We just read about the letter where he said that Joseph Smith won't translate the Kinderhook plates until they're first authenticated through the Aqua.
Wait, no. Earlier you said I couldn't do a summary, so you don't get to either. Either give the whole quote or agree that summaries are fine.
I don't have the quote, what you said. I can't remember what you said.
And by the way, you're not familiar with it either. We understand Joe Smith said they would make a book of, which by the way, they, using they as a singular pronoun. Oh my God, this is not for you. But literally, this Fugate guy calls Joseph Smith a they, the piece of shit. We understand Joe Smith said they would make a book of 1,200 pages, but he would not agree to translate them until they were sent to the Antiquarian Society at Philadelphia, France, and England. And the reason why I know you naturally drop that part off is because the first part is important. It does not indicate he suspected anything was wrong. It only indicates that if he was to do the work. In fact, he's not saying I won't do it because it's fake. He's saying I'll do the work, but first you got to go get it authenticated. I got to know my money's worth my time. That's all we know it says. And you are purposely or unwillfully. No, I don't have to have the narrative. I don't even accept that any of the sentence is true because this is the fraudster talking to a critic that you're telling. I don't know that any of what he is saying is true, as much as I don't know that what Clayton said was true. But Clayton was his priesthood-appointed scribe that you're saying acted as a false prophet, and God did nothing to warn his prophet or smite Clayton. That's where we're at.
I want to make sure I understand the juxtaposition here. What you're suggesting is that the guy who forged the plates, who's pulling the hoax, he made a statement about Joseph Smith translating it, which you misquoted. And you're saying is true, though. You're saying it's true that Joseph Smith said that he would make a translation of 1,200 pages as long as he gets it validated first by this other society. You're saying that hoaxster was correct when he quoted Joseph Smith saying that, but his own personal assistant who does his own journaling and scribal work, that guy, well, he made stuff up. He's the one you shouldn't trust. That's what you want us to believe?
Affirmed by God. Remember, affirmed by God. If he is the secretary, and you said yes when I said this, it is a priesthood appointment, meaning that Joseph consulted with God and waited for the Holy Ghost at minimum. We don't know how much he was just talking to God. At minimum, the Holy Ghost affirmed to Joseph Smith to call, because that is the process by which you are supposed to call people in priesthood positions, that God would have affirmed, at least through the Holy Ghost, to appoint this future false prophet, if you are to accept what Latz has to say.
Can you define false prophet?
Yeah, a person who speaks false prophecies, speaks falsely about the way God is moving in the world. In this case, it would be a false prophet by proxy. If you are lying about the word of God and sourcing the prophet who didn't say it, if you want to use a different term for it, fine. That is truly you being needlessly pedantic, as though our church would treat that as worse than the standard false prophet, like Brigham Young, the false prophet.
So you're holding prophets to a standard that even we don't hold prophets. We believe prophets are fallible. We believe a true prophet can still say false things.
You don't believe William Clayton was a prophet, but you believed that William Clayton, by the way, we believe prophets are fallible is true. However, there is supposed to be the distinction, as the scriptures say, that essentially if a prophet speaks in the name of God, claiming revelation that isn't true, God will destroy them. So when a prophet says, I am speaking for God, of which they did over a lot of their racist shit, they aren't supposed to be able to do that unpunished. So how would you tell the difference between a false prophet or a sometimes right prophet, but sometimes their prophecies are untrue and it's because they're fallible? How would one tell the difference?
Actually, Jesus gave that answer. Do you remember the answer, host? How can we tell the difference? What did Jesus say? How can we tell the difference between a true prophet and a false prophet?
Oh, that's not what I said. You just changed my question. Mr. likes to call out fallacies, just move the goalpost. I didn't say the difference between a false prophet and a true prophet. I said the difference between a false prophet and a only sometimes true prophet who sometimes also says false prophecies. Oops.
Isn't that okay? A true prophet can sometimes say false things.
Not if they are claiming it is from God.
Okay, then can you show me? And we can now shift from the Kinderhook plates.
Oh, are
We
you
can
sure you want
transition.
that? Because we're going to go to Brigham Young and some racist ass shit, he said.
Okay, and that's fine. We agree that Brigham Young is racist.
Honestly, to tell you the truth, how long have we been doing this? I think I've shown every step of the way that this individual is not familiar with his own source material, and I don't know how many hours of this I can do.
This might be the longest debate I've ever done so far. We're at 2 hours and 41 minutes.
Did you only do that because we're friends? I don't want you to ever give me special treatment.
No,
man.
I did it
because
this
way earlier.
I very rarely get to have Mormons up here, and I don't have the background to really dig into the fun stuff with them. And so, like, I'm enjoying every last minute of this. And I know that even though the video is choppy on the YouTube feed, the guests haven't gone anywhere. They're loving. They're just watching.
I just want to be clear. I know I pay you to come to our channel. I don't want that to ever get me special privileges anywhere else. Like, just, I want to, somebody said my favorite live chat comment of all time, and it made me worry you're giving me special privileges, to tell you the truth. Oh no, I lost it. I thought oh wait, I found it. Jimmy hasn't this was from Sparrow. Jimmy hasn't run away from a single point, almost to a fault, because we're dying here.
Well,
that is so fair.
Well, let's do this because we're almost 3 hours in. I need to restart OBS. OBS for some reason isn't keeping up right now, and I do need to get to Apostle Logic tonight. Still yet, Apostle Logic was coming to get into a debate with me. He's been waiting for a little bit, so I don't want to lose that opportunity. And so this is what I'm going to do, friends. I think we'll put a pause on our Mormon discussion. I had a great time. Thank you so much for both of you for engaging in this. And then I'm going to read
statement.
Yeah. I'll read what's left of our super chats, and then I'm going to shut down OBS and restart a new stream, and then we'll get Apostle Logic as soon as we restart.
So from this conversation, I'm super grateful that we've been here for so long. Thank you for that. It started out by saying there's
Sorry.
It started with an accusation. Okay, horses were an anachronism. Then we found that there was charcoal millimeters away from horse bones that date back to Book of Mormon times. So then you shifted over to steel swords. And then we found there was a steel sword in Jerusalem, 600 BC. So then we shifted over. We keep shifting. And
to be clear, though, I don't think anyone was contesting whether or not there was steel in 600 BC in Jerusalem.
Yeah, I will say Latter Day is doing an excellent ad for why you should watch the entire, go back and watch the entire argument, because he seems to be omitting where those things went. Because we talked about the steel that existed in 2200 BC in America. I conceded my mistake that the Tower of Babel was around Jerusalem was just a result of not really thinking about it very quickly. So we very quickly moved on from the thing that he was claiming was like a big part of that argument. And this is my problem with Mormonism and why I'm glad to not be a Mormon.
But
Mormonism
my main point is that every single argument you shared against me, I've been able to debunk.
To be a habitual liar, but not intentionally. It is that say
then why do you
what
keep
you
changing
need
subjects?
To make
why do you
your
keep switching
point.
to a different
say
topic?
What you need to sound like it is correct. And really, you can just say the Spirit was telling you to do that, and then later go do your confirmation bias things. Literally, confirmation bias is the core of Mormonism. It's Moroni's promise is a confirmation bias promise. And so, yeah, basically, I like that he's doing the ad. And my only extension to his ad for what we talked about is go and see if you think that that is an adequate summary of what we talked about, or if he is very
Or go and
selectively
read the
editing
Book
the
of
summary.
Mormon.
Oh,
Or
please,
how about
please go and read the
no?
Book of Mormon. Aaron Ra, myself, and a bunch of other people read it chapter by chapter on Aaron Ra's channel and broke it down. So if you'd like to ingest it in that way, you can hear every verse of the Book of Mormon. But feel free to read the Book of Mormon itself. It is a very obvious fraud. It is so obviously fraudulent.
Yeah, which is
Then
why
you
it
could have
just
debunked it
copies
by now if it
wholesale
was.
from the King James Bible errors and all. So listen, Latter Day,
I love to.
I'd love to
Hey,
continue
would
the
you say that?
conversation though, but just not right now.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. So next time we talk, the first thing I'm going to ask, we won't get into it right now, but he talks about fallacies a lot. Is Moroni's promise a confirmation bias fallacy? That's going to be my question for
Okay.
Lad if I ever hit him again, if I'm ever with him again.
Listen,
Okay.
Lad, thanks for sticking out with us so long. I mean, it's been nearly 3 hours. Most people don't have that much dedication to an argument on the internet. We appreciate that. But please understand from our point of view, I know you think you refuted our claims, but they sound really, really weak from my standpoint. And it's not just because I'm an atheist, it's because I'm honest. I used to be a theist. I'm no longer a theist because I'm honest, right? So I understand that these might be convincing for people who are already in the cult and want to find reasons to stay in the cult. But for people not in the cult, these are like really weak apologetics, man.
Well, I appreciate you having me on. I really enjoy speaking with atheists because you're so logical and so rational. It's completely different than talking to a Trinitarian or something. So again, thank you for letting me on and for your generosity.
Sure, have a good one. Well, I'll say this, just like the first time we talked about a year ago, he was at least nice, but I don't think he understands how weak some of those arguments sounded.
Yeah.
But
I have
get
to
it.
say, go on, sorry.
No, I get it. Like, because the goal of apologetics is not to prove your position. It's to say, hey, well, it's not impossible, or it's like whatever bad Band-Aid you can find, they're just going to stick it on it and say, well, that's good enough.
Yeah. His final statement, I've seen a lot of the live chat. Guys, I hear you, especially with Mormonism, where I have so many tangents I want to go down. Clearly, I need to work on my debate efficiency. Okay, I get it. That's probably always been true. His last thing he said was, I like debating with atheists because they're different than talking to Trinitarians, which is a pleasant compliment. Debating with Mormons is exactly like debating with Trinitarians from my perspective. So it's weird how
same.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, man. It's like the I don't know. The vehicular homicide people in prison are with the other murderers, and they're like, "Oh, you guys, you're the asshole."
Right.
You guys are both.
You know, I try not to do it when talking to Mormons, but the other thing that I think is unavoidable and unescapable for anyone who's thinking logically is Mormonism's already false just on the face of it because the Bible's not true. If Jesus,
there's that.
Jesus is not the Messiah, he didn't rise from the dead. If none of that shit's true, the Book of Mormon is irrelevant. So,
in truth, if I had been doing a debate with a Mormon, not in a way that I knew you had a curiosity you want to scratch, if it was just me and him on my channel, I don't even care anymore about the specifics of Mormonism. God doesn't exist. And so if God doesn't exist, your church isn't true. So let's debate if God exists.
Yeah, that's a fair point. You could definitely go that route. You could just cut the legs right off of the stool.
Yeah.
All right, friends. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to read. I'll be straight up honest with you. I've got like 30 minutes worth of super chats that I have to read because of that conversation being so long. And then I'm going to restart OBS and I'll get another stream. Looks like it's going to be a late night tonight. We're going to be up till like 2 a.m. But I'm going to start another stream. And as soon as we get that stream started, if Apostle Logic is still around, I'll bring Apostle Logic up and we're going to debate whether or not God is problematic because he unnecessarily murders babies. So that should be a fun one. You know.
I had a lot of fun. Thank you for having me. I
Jimmy,
you don't want me for super chats.
Thanks so much for stopping in. You're always welcome up, man.
Okay. Oh, I had a great time. I have a hard time accepting those invites, but I'm glad I did this time. I always feel like, because I pay you people to be my friend. And so it's like that.
I got literally excited because like right when I saw your first comment in chat, Apostle or not Apostle Logic, but Latter Day Logic got in the box. And I was like, holy shit, we could have a Mormon showdown.
It worked out. It worked out. I wasn't kidding at what I said at the beginning. I listened to your channel and your debates while I woodwork, and you are.
Oh fuck yeah!
Do not listen to atheist channels at all. It drives me nuts. It's already my job, but yeah, you're like the only channel I listen to.
Thanks, I really appreciate that. Big W.
Yeah.
All
Bye,
right,
everyone.
Say bye, Jimmy. Remember, I'll be over on Jimmy's place here in the coming weeks, and you know I'm on there at least a couple times a month now, and I think I'm going to be paired up at least once a month on Wednesday night with Matt over the line too. So that should be a real treat. But Jimmy, Big W, thanks for coming by and hanging out with us, man.
See ya.
Cheers, buddy. Big fucking W for Jimmy. That was monumentous. All right, I'm going to read some super chats, friends, and then we're going to recycle OBS. It's kind of a weird thing. OBS is usually pretty stable, and usually TikTok Studio is the problem. Today, OBS is a little bit problematic, so we'll take care of that. Kenneth, my friend, thank you for the $17.99 super chat. Says the next stupid evidence for God pretend to believe it just as a gag. Look at the trees. Oh, I didn't know that I'm Christian now. It's funny, you know, I do have to fight that urge. Like sometimes when I'm out taking a walk in the woods, I get this urge to like become a Christian because I looked at the wrong tree. Got to be careful. Some of those trees really trick you into thinking that Jesus really resurrected from the dead. And Charles says Christians and Muslims have more in common, yet fight. That is the case. It's funny too, because I'm reading the Quran right now, and there's a lot of stuff in the Quran, even though they do kind of dog on the Jews a little bit. There's a lot of stuff in the Quran that seems like really conciliatory. Like they really feel like the Christians and the Jews should be in union with those in Islam. But that's really weird to read that in the Quran and then see what they're doing today, chanting, you know, what they chant towards Jews. Shishi says, I'm confused. If God is the Father and Jesus is God, did God impregnate without consent his daughter or his mother? So this is the really difficult one, right? So my reading of the text is the reason why Jesus had to die is because he impregnated his own mother to give birth to himself. If Jesus is God, right? If Jesus is 100% God, that means the God who impregnated Mary was also Jesus. So Jesus impregnated his own mother. Not the violation. You can't do that according to Leviticus chapter 18. You're not allowed to do that. And also, it would turn out that he did it to another person's woman because she was betrothed to Joseph, and that's against Deuteronomy 22. So you can't do that. So Jesus actually committed two different crimes that were worthy of death. So theoretically, he should have died twice. He still got one more death coming. Imakadut. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I unfortunately do know someone that went to JC after psychedelics. Despite confirming that the Bible God isn't real, he became super anti-Semitic. Well, listen, if you read the Bible close enough, you will find anti-Semitic passages. There's a bunch of them in there. There's a reason why the Christian church was so anti-Semitic for so long, even at the time of the Reformation. Luther wrote a treatise called On the Jews and Their Lies, where he literally advocated for confiscating their property and burning down their temples, their synagogues, really. It's preposterous, the amount of anti-Semitism within Christianity. And Jay Toulis says, who turned down the most Make-A-Wish God? Wait, what? Who turned down the most Make-A-Wish request? God. There we go. Sorry, I misread that. That's my fault. Yeah. So that's the funny thing. You know, the Make-A-Wish thing grants more prayers and requests than God ever will. In fact, I used to do phone calls for Make-A-Wish. Back in the day, I used to work at this call center, and we would just take whatever call contracts we could get. And one of them was collecting donations from Make-A-Wish. And it's funny, because that's how I learned the dirt on Make-A-Wish. Because they give you a whole playbook on like, hey, if the person on the other line mentions this incident, here's what you need to say about it. And that's when I learned that there was an incident where the Make-A-Wish Foundation, there was a boy who wanted to like go bear hunting as like his final wish. And in order to make that come true, and listen, I'll give him a little bit of credit for digging in deep for someone who was dying, but they literally tied a bear up and let a boy shoot it. Fucking horrific. It says make a wish, but not that fucking wish. And Stray says, I'm old enough to be your mom, and I'm Gen X. Stop it with the boomer claims. You're Gen X, like it or not. I'm not old. Whores for life. Well, Stray, I appreciate that. But as it turns out, I'm on the edge. So I'm actually the beginning of the millennials. So I feel like I have more in common with Gen X because my older siblings were Gen X. And I was already, I was at the very, very beginning of the millennial phase. So it's hard for me sometimes to feel like I was a millennial. A lot of times I felt like I was Gen X, but technically, according to the dates, I'm a millennial. But now millennials aren't a dirty word, you know? Gen X Christian says, what's the best evidence that we're speaking to Justin and not Justin's brother? Well, I'll give you the best evidence. One is he's not a public atheist, is the first one. Number two, while he has read the Bible quite a bit, and he did go to Bible college for a while, his depth on the Old Testament isn't going to be there. I think he stuck to the New Testament a lot more. And the other thing is, he I don't know how to say it. He's more plump than I am. I think we still look the same, but we definitely have a weight difference. You know, not incredibly different, but it's enough that people will notice. Not the Bible, Jason says, gonna go grab and fill up the Sinful Wet Super Soaker 5000 right now. Run. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Fill it up. Let's have it. Let's soak everybody. Sopping wet for Sharon. And Interstate says, my only problem with Mormonism is that it exactly one too many M's in it. Oh, that's a fair point. There's a lot of M's going on in Mormonism. Trying to think other words with that many M's. I don't know. I wonder what the word with the most M's is. Let me Google that one. Let's see. English word with the most M's. It looks like there might be an answer on the subreddit. There's a subreddit called what the fuck is that? The letter M. There's a subreddit dedicated to the letter M. And some of the options are Mohammedan, okay, obviously from the Islamic tradition. Hamamaladithasamamum. I'll never pronounce anything in these are such long words. Okay. But anyways, there's the answer. If you want to know the words that have the most M's, go to the letter M subreddit. Now we all know. Also, I did just discover last stream that there is now a Deconstruction Zone subreddit. I don't know who put it up, and I don't know who's maintaining it. But if you're on Reddit, join the Deconstruction Zone subreddit. I think we probably got almost 100 people in there already. I added it to my link tree, and fucking A, I also finally got a PO box, which I added to my link tree as well. So people can send me people want to send me their Bibles and let me sign them. So I finally got that set up. We're moving along in 2026. Peter says, much love, you all. Thanks for fighting against regressive ideologies, MAGA especially. Up in Canada each month, seems U.S. becomes more and more dangerous to visit. And I don't disagree, Peter. Not at all. I am deeply concerned about what's happening in my country, and it saddens me because I love my country. But there's some concerning stuff for sure right now. And Neck 2 says, Justin, I asked Dr. Blitz how you and him met after he told the story of meeting Ian. He couldn't remember and said to ask you for the story. Thanks. So it's really funny because we met super cash. If I go to my messages, I can't use my phone right now. Actually, can I use my phone right now? Let me see. If I go to my messages and see our oldest message, it's not even that old. I don't even have it either. Anyways, so long and short of it is, I think I message. I think I popped in his guest box once on Ask a Physicist stream and asked him a question. And I was already familiar with his work because who the fuck isn't? And he was familiar with my work because he was running around in atheist circles, obviously. And at one point in time, I think he and I were on Ian's panel. I think that was the first time we debated together, was on Ian's panel. And then at some point, we messaged each other. And then that same summer, Dr. Blitz messaged me and Ian and said, hey, I've been thinking about doing a channel similar to like the Atheist Experience or The Line, where it's 3 hosts. That we could do me on science, Ian on philosophy, and Justin on like Bible and religion. And I said, fuck, that's a really good idea. I think that'd be a really strong pairing or coupling, or not coupling. It'd be a strong trinity. And then we went to work on creating the channel. And I think that's really the first time we had genuine, like real conversation. But I could be wrong. You know, the dates are fuzzy. I've been doing this for 2.5 years now, maybe. It'll be 3 years in August next year. Cardinal says, praise Doug. I show up and Jimmy, Justin, and Dalton are on the screen. I am definitely rock hard for Doug. Well, hell yeah, thank you for that. And also, I agree. What a amazing time when we get Dalton and Jimmy up on the same screen. Fucking love that. Iantu says, so many gorgeous guys. Gay for Justin, super gay for Dalton, and jizzing for Jimmy. Jizzing for Jimmy is fucking wild. That's amazing. We need to abbreviate that now. We need J for J, right? Jizzing for Jimmy. I think that's what we need. That's a good one. And definitely, I caught wind of Dalton this week. Somebody merging Duncan and Dalton into Dalton. I am now going to exclusively use Dalton. I feel like that's the thing to do. And Josiah says, here's a super chat in celebration for the first playoff game of the Texans. Well, fucking boo Texans. I hope the Steelers win. And it's not that I love the Steelers. I'm from Ohio, obviously. But, like, come on. Who doesn't want to see senior citizen Aaron Rodgers win his final Super Bowl as he rides off into the wind? Fucking still anti-vax. Probably going to get himself sick. Who knows? But listen, I love it. I love it to see a kind of a legendary sports figure leave on top. You know, I would have loved to see Jordan do that. I remember watching Jordan come back and then leave and come back and leave. I'm like, God, this is fucking embarrassing, man. Just retire. Just get out of there. You're done. So if Aaron Rodgers can get one more huge W under his cap and then get the fuck out of there, I'm all for it. Big W, you know. Melon, didn't they fire their coach this year? Is Tomlinson out? Hold on. Is it confirmed that he's gone? See, Darnell Washington confirms that Steelers fan knew about Mike Tomlin. Not Tomlinson, sorry, Tomlin. Do you see? I think he's fired, isn't he? Or maybe retirement. Looks like the jury's still out. It looks like we don't know yet. We don't know if he's fired. Anyways, Melon says, please use this $5 to get an indentured servant that can handle the audio for you. That would be one more prophecy fulfilled on your end, John 27. I appreciate that, Melon. And you know, I really do, like, if I could afford to pay a person, like a producer, every stream to help me produce it, say like on a separate computer, I totally would. But the funny thing is, I think you guys have to understand that, you know, these operations don't make as much money as you might think. YouTube takes a gigantic cut. And so like to literally pay a whole nother person to run something for you it's pretty dicey, you know? But I appreciate the sentiment. And if I get to a point where I can hire somebody, like I can hire an assistant or a producer, you guys know I will. I would love to be able to unload some of my workload and focus on the main stuff rather than having to focus on some of this other non-essential stuff. Max says, drinking Jesus' blood isn't doing much to make the theist argument sound any better. By the way, Jesus was from Australia and his blood type is Shiraz. Yum. By the way, I love some Shiraz. It's really good. I'm surprised it's not more popular here in the States. It's delicious. Lariat says this guy came prepared to talk about horses. That's the fucking case. This guy came prepared. But listen, the guy is, for all accounts, as I can tell, is like, he makes his, not his living, I mean, he makes his channel all about Mormon apologetics, right? Which means you've got to know all the apologetics. You got to be familiar with that kind of stuff, you know? And Carrie says, very happy Jimmy came through. Huge W. I know. Huge fucking W. Luckily, and thank goodness, I saved the live stream to my hard drive as I'm live streaming. So the parts going to YouTube that got kind of laggy shouldn't be a problem. I'll be able to clip that and post it later with no problem. So people who didn't get to see it live will still be able to get to see it on replay. And Side says, thanks again for all you do. Well, I really appreciate that. Thank you for supporting the channel, friend. And 1 Million Ant says the clom is a silly jism. That's really good. You guys get it? A syllogism? Anyone? Hold on. There we go. I like that. I appreciate that. Cruisin', thank you for the $10 super chat. Says had to drive 18 hours to Northeast Ohio from Florida. Holy fuck. And back twice in the last month. That is horrible. I've made that drive. It's a fucking nightmare. Thanks to your 7-hour debates, it made the drive fly by like nothing. Much appreciated. Rock hard for Doug. Simple for sharing. Well, guess what? Tonight's going to be a long one too. Being that we literally only got one or two guests done. And I've got to restart my machine and restart the live stream. So we're going to be producing some content here tonight, friends. It's going to be wild. And Erica says, thank you for your donation. But Erica, thank you for your donation, friend. And Not the Bible Jason coming in again says, a single tear just fell onto the chat floor. That does happen. Don't cry. Don't cry for us, though. And Lockfree says, chat, it puts the lotion on the skin or else it gets the hose again. Good reference. You know what? I need to put that on my soundboard. I did add a couple things to the soundboard this week. I've got I added this like yesterday.
Your Honor, I object.
And why is that, Mr. Reed?
Because it's devastating to my case.
That's a good one. And obviously we've got Jordan Lee Peterson.
You said a whole truckload of words that had no meaning.
So, you know, we're filling out the soundboard. We're filling it out. Oppo, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says Jimmy saying, I don't mind calling out your great spirits is not only offensive because our different tribes don't all hold the same belief system, but it's a white supremacist talking point. We aren't a monolith. I understand what you're saying. I get that. Yep. And if Jimmy was here to defend himself, he might have something to say, so I don't want to belabor the point, but I agree. I mean, it's really easy when you're not part of a people group to talk about them as though they are a monolith. So many apologies, friend. And fucking sorry for what, speaking of monolith, for what fucking white Europeans did to y'all. That was terrible. Still is. Lockfree, thank you for the $50 super chat. Says Joseph Smith, American Moses. No, Joseph, don't fork that baby. No, Joseph, fork this frog instead. Well, that is a reference I don't understand. I'm sorry, Lockfree. I usually get most of your references. That one I don't fully understand. I don't know what it means to fork a frog instead of a baby. That might be some insider lore that I'm unfamiliar with. But huge fucking W for sending a $50 super chat. I really appreciate your huge support for the channel, friend. And Collapsalism says LDS be so boring, but women can be freaks. Thank Doug for the repressed. You know what? That is the case. It's been my experience that those sexually repressed religious women are they're not as repressed as you might think. They're just as repressed as you need them to be in order to fool their parents, but that's just not the case. And Zelda says, yes, you find bones after things go extinct. Glad we got that covered. I know. As it turns out, sometimes our material remains after the extinction. And Carlos, thank you so much for sending out 10 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. And we've got new tabs going into the cheat sheet this week, so keep an eye open for that. And Black Hole Sun, interesting reference from the 90s. Thank you for the $2 Australian super thanks. And Spine on the Pine? Spine on the Pine. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, ask Mr. LDS about the Battle Creek and Black Hawk. White knighting Native Americans in defense of his non-indigenous religion is peak white people nonsense. So unfortunately, I don't know exactly what you're referring to. I think that's some insider LDS stuff. But if I had to guess, it has something to do about something to do with like white people coming to rescue the natives. Is that kind of what it's hinting at? I wouldn't be surprised. The Book of Mormon is like super fucking racist. Carlos, thank you for sending out 10 more Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. That's really huge, and it really helps the channel, and it really helps the community. Marcus, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, wow, Jimmy must be a chef in Doug's Pretzel Factory's kitchen. He is twisting up this guy up with the strength that could only be matched by the weight of Huge Grace. Indeed. Huge Grace mentioned tonight. Yeah, Jimmy's good at cooking. He's a full-blown Michelin star chef. Lockfree, thank you for the additional super chat, friends. Says, can caller quit horsing around and talk about God? Well done. Well done. And Joseph Quincy, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, is there a membership level where when you ask callers, do you believe in God, I won't immediately hear Huey Lewis's song, Do You Believe in Love? If so, sign me up, please. No offense to Mr. Lewis or the news. Well, unfortunately, our membership levels are not quite that advanced. I'm working on that. We'll see. I do have membership levels on YouTube and TikTok and also on Patreon. So that's another method for support. But thank you, Joseph, for supporting via Super Chat. Dr. Dave Deconstructy, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the £10 Super Chat. Says, hi, Justin. Dalkin and Jimmy. Y'all, an awesome unholy trinity. Latter-day illogic kept shifting goalposts so fast, I got dizzy. He was just regurgitating stuff he's heard. Great cookout. Hail Nero. Agreed. Hail Nero. Absolutely. And you're right. That's kind of what you have to do as an apologist. You just have to be shifty, dodgy. You know what I mean? You got to be able to move, juck and jive. Resonance says Latter Day L. Yeah, I'd say so. And not just once, but twice. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, friend. Dr. Fudge, thank you for your $5 super chat. Says Equus Scotty of the Americans went extinct 13 to 12,000 years ago, and horses in the Americas diverged 800,000 years ago when land masses were connected. Dumb, I know. And it's funny, we went through all the documentation, the scientific evidence that he wanted, and none of it agreed with his position. Like the closest he got was, well, there might be a possibility that just a short time prior to the arrival of the Spanish, that there was horses in Mexico. That's about it. Blackfree says, what do Mormons and Muslims have in common? An affinity for PDFs. Ooh, yeah, that is the case. That is the case. Was anyone around when Warren Jeff's case was still kind of a hot case? That was fucking wild in the early 2000s when we found out about all of Warren Jeff's brides, including the child brides. What is it about Mormonism that leads to child brides? It's crazy. And Dr. Fudge is literally beating a dead horse. I know. I agree. We needed to move off of that talking point, you know. Miss Anthropology, it's great to see you tonight, says Mormon caller spends an hour getting cooked on horses and still doesn't understand why we don't find his argument convincing. I know, it's preposterous to me that we spent that much time on horses and he still thought that he had a strong argument. Is wild. But he tried at least, you know. Not the Bible Jason says, do funny more men exist? Or Is it a Gordian knot like baby pigeons existing? None of you have seen one. Admit it. Sinfully, so queen for share it. Hell yes. I don't. I don't know if I've met a funny Mormon except for one. But he was from the Bible Belt. Like, he's from Virginia. So, like, a different kind of Mormon. You know what I mean? Like, he converted to Mormonism later in life after he had already, like, become an adult, right? So I think that's a little bit different. He was funny, though. Gargoyle says, you need to use your seer stones, guys. Come on, I forgot about the seer stones, of course. Of course. I'll have to pray to Doug for some seer stones and see if we can come up with anything. Chidicus Maximus says, moron, I aptly named P.S. Lockfree changed name. Okay, gotcha. So this is Lockfree. And you changed your name. So your new name is Chadicus Maximus. I hope I said that right. Thank you for the update. I would have been confused. This I'll try to track. I do. It's crazy too because some people will message me on Discord, and like their name on Discord will be different, and their profile picture will be different than what they usually are in YouTube or even on TikTok. And then like I always have to ask them, like, hey, who are you? Like, who am I talking to? Like, we need some continuity between profiles. I can't track 5 profiles for one person. Dribbles, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Not only do words not mean words for latter day, but dates don't mean dates. Hoping so hard. Too funny. That is the case, Scribbles. Words definitely don't mean words. And dates are definitely fuzzy. And when words really can't mean anything but words, well, whoever wrote it was lying. Just not Joseph Smith. Joseph Smith would never lie. Except that he literally got fucking arrested and prosecuted for lying. Hollow Furphy, thank you so much for sending out 20 DC Debate gifted memberships. That's gigantic, my friend. I really appreciate that. And so does everybody who got a gifted membership. Let's get some W's for Hollow Furphy. 49 Perfect says this might be one of the dumbest callers to date. Latter Day doesn't know and asks from an argument. I know. And we really didn't get around to letting him present an argument. Maybe when we talk to him next, he can present an argument. My guess is that he's going to say the Book of Mormon is perfect, which then shifts the burden to you having to debunk the Book of Mormon. That's the kind of stuff I did when I was a new apologist at like age 19 or 20. I would say, well, the Bible is the proof. And then I made it everybody else's job to disprove the Bible, which is not an honest way to debate. But Gargo says, horses in America? Nay. Jackasses? Absolutely. Gay for Justin. Well, thank you, Gargoyle. And that's a good one. Nay on horses in America during the time of the fictional Book of Mormon timeline. Black Hole Sun coming in again says, my horse just stepped on my soundboard. Well, it's probably in pieces now. Horses and soundboards don't mix too much. My cat will step on my soundboard from time to time. I wouldn't let a horse around it. Kelly Share, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, my friend. It says, according to the Book of Mormon, when did the Holy Spirit first visit Earth? According to the Bible, when did the Holy Spirit first visit the Earth? What's going on here? I don't actually know. Does the Book of Mormon say anything about the first visitation? Hold on. Book of Mormon, first time the Holy Spirit visited Earth. All right, let me see. The Book of Mormon doesn't pinpoint the single first time the Holy Spirit visited Earth, but describes its continual presence and powerful manifestation, especially during Jesus Christ's visit. I don't know. If you know something, Kelly, hit me up in the Discord and send it to me. I'd love to see it. Ursmont, my friend, good to see you. Thank you for the $5 Canadian super chat. Says weasel words, bad translation, context. You need the Spirit, grasping at straws. Also, the amount of lies theists tell with ease is gross. That is the funny thing is, when we're having these debates with apologists, it's interesting to me that they're willing to say things that they know aren't true, right? Latter Day, I think I don't know if he was outright lying. I think in his mind, he was probably saying things that were true, but they just weren't true. But most theists were willing to lie, especially the Muslims. Scribble says, caller, history of horses in one article that I repeatedly get wrong. So Mormonism true. Okay, caller. I know, all right. Because of this article that doesn't say what I needed to say, the Book of Mormon is true and horses aren't anachronistic. Although I've gone through the horses anachronistic before with the Bible. So I have a running list of anachronisms with the Hebrew Bible. And at one point I thought horses might be anachronistic in the Hebrew Bible because there's a point where they're seen near the border of Egypt at a time period which I didn't think they were supposed to be. And it turns out that there's more evidence for horses at time periods that we didn't think in prior years or prior generations that we now know might actually be okay. So again, like I said, I don't use anachronisms very much in my argumentation, just because so much of it relies on an absence of evidence. Like we're saying, well, because the data we have doesn't show that they existed, they couldn't have existed. Well, while I think that is good in general discussion, I don't think it's really as strong for debating. Collapsalism says, how much money to boot this lying liar? Well, none. I wanted to give Jimmy as much time as humanly possible to cook, and so I could learn. That's the fun thing about when I get somebody who's educated in Mormonism, they get to debate. That means I get to learn stuff. And Pineapple says, oops, late again. Time for Chipmunk Justin till I catch up. Am I fucking in Chipmunk vocals on TikTok again? Like every couple months, I'll have a TikTok stream where just randomly, for no reason, the TikTok audio makes me sound like a chipmunk. I don't know why. A simple restart of the computer seems to fix it, but it's a TikTok thing. Dribbles, thank you for the additional super chat, says Mormons weird me out at a special level. I'm with you, actually. The claims are recent. They can easily fact check the founder is a modern con man believing in magic undies. This raises no flags for them. I know. It really it is a preposterous thing to think about. That the religion is so new, so recent, that it's just easily fact checked and they still believe it. There's entire books written on this. And Cogman says Deutero Isaiah is in the Book of Mormon. Lehi left before it was written. This is a fair point, but in order for this argument to work, you have to have really good evidence that the second book of Isaiah, chapter 40 to 55, was in fact written 200 years after first Isaiah. And while we do have some evidence for it, I think it's a difficult point to debate. Now, again, I agree with you. Deutero Isaiah clearly was written during the end of the Babylonian exile. That just seems to be conclusive from the evidence that we have. It's just that you got to remember, in debates, you have to pick the strongest arguments, I think. Unless you're talking to somebody who doesn't know anything. If they don't know anything, sometimes you can get away with weak arguments, Patty? Is it say Patty? Patty Chris. Thank you for your $10 donation. I appreciate that. And Space Lord, thank you for your additional super chat. Says, my Mormon apologetic bingo card did not have Abraham in his undies, damn it. I know. I do love the apologetic for the Abraham sacrificing Isaac hieroglyph. He's basically just saying, listen, it's not identical to the other hieroglyphs that are of the same thing. Therefore, this one is special because there's like one detail that's slightly different. Therefore, the entire meaning of this one is different, and it must be about Abraham. It's preposterous. That's why I think he caved on that one and moved on. Thinker, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, your thoughts on Exodus 22 regarding give me your firstborn son. If a family does not have the money to redeem, do they have to sacrifice their firstborn? Okay, so there are two references to giving your firstborn to the Lord. Exodus 22 is one of them. The other one shows up. Hold on, where does the other one show up? Well, my cross reference will probably tell me. It shows up later in the book. So one of them very clearly is talking about redeeming the human, meaning you don't actually kill the human. One of them, not so much. not so much. We'll break that down real quick. Hold on. All right, verse 29 is where we're gonna go here. And in verse 29 says, "You shall not delay to make offerings from the fullness of your harvest and from the outflow of your presses. The firstborn of your sons you shall give to me. You shall do the same with your oxen, your sheep. 7 days it shall remain with its mother, and the 8th day you shall give it to me." And now you might be asking, like, what the fuck does that mean? Well, as it turns out, we have an interpretation of this from the Bible. If you go to Ezekiel chapter, I believe, 20 and go to 24 through 25, I think that's the passage we need. Yep. He says, talking about the Israelites when they were just left Egypt, it says, "Because they had not executed my ordinances, but had rejected my statutes and profaned my Sabbaths, and their eyes were set on their ancestors' idols. Moreover, I gave them statutes that were not good and ordinances by which they could not live." We need one more verse. Here we go. "But I defiled them through their very gifts in their offering up of their firstborn, in order that I might horrify them, so that they may know that I am the Lord." So the idea, in fact, offering up is a gloss too. It actually says to pass over, like pass over the fire, which is what the offering of the firstborn typically consisted of. So your interpretation of Exodus, if you're a Bible believer, should be in line with Ezekiel, unless you think Ezekiel's wrong, right? So if Ezekiel can't be wrong, that means the interpretation of Exodus 22 is that you got to sacrifice your kids. Marky says, "How do you respond to the whole science and religion go hand in hand nonsense?" Well, I just showed them all the places where science and religion disagree, right? The age of the earth is one of them. The Bible clearly states that Adam and Eve were created about 6,000 years ago. That's certainly not true. We have settlements that date all the way back to 12,000 years ago. One of them, Stonehill, Turkey. The other one, Göbekli Tepe is pretty damn old, about 10th century. Oh, it is preposterous. They already had farming villages. They weren't created in the year 6000. The flood is absolute nonsense. McDubbin says, "Lucy Harris, smart, Martin Harris, dumb, 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 dumb." Oh, that's from the song. That's the South Park song. Oh yeah, that's a good one. The South Park Mormon song's good, friend. Definitely watch that episode, the whole one. Axe says, "It occurs to me Justin is receiving a crash course in LDS apologetics." That's the case. As someone who grew up in Utah, I appreciate the effort it took to sit through. Well, that's the thing is, like, listen, as fun as these conversations are for some people, I'm learning. Like, I'm having a fucking blast. I love sitting to watch a good conversation where I get to learn stuff. One of the fun things about being an adult is having to not feel weird about learning and being smart. When you're younger and you're in school, someone might tease you for it. As an adult, it's a badge of honor, you know? Corvin says, "What's the simplest way to debunk the alleged Messiah prophecy in Daniel chapter 9? Thanks, and hail Satan." Well, I think the easiest way to debunk the passage is, one, it doesn't say the Messiah. If you go to the Hebrew text, the first one, it just says Mashiach Nagid, which means a anointed leader. It could be anybody. It certainly wasn't Jesus. He was never a fucking leader. The second one that shows up is Onias III. He actually was anointed, but again, he's not called the Messiah. It's not HaMashiach. It's just a anointed figure. Now, there's 2 verses in Daniel 9 that really make it impossible to be about Jesus. I'll show you what those are first. So the first is at the beginning of the passage, and he tells you what's going on. He says, "I, Daniel, perceived in the books of the numbers of years that according to the word of the Lord to the prophet Jeremiah must be fulfilled for the devastation of Jerusalem, namely 70 years. So he's praying in the year about 522, and he's saying, listen, in the book of Jeremiah, it says that Jerusalem will be devastated for 70 years. And that is certainly in chapter 25 and chapter 29 of Jeremiah. He says after the 70 years are completed, he'll restore the people and they'll restore the fortunes of the people. And it didn't happen because 522, 70 years had already passed. And Daniel's like, what the fuck's happening? Why haven't we been restored yet? So if you keep reading, he tells you the conclusion that he comes to. He says, all Israel has transgressed your law and turned aside, refusing to obey your voice. So the curse and the oath written in the law of Moses, the servant of God, have been poured out upon us because we have sinned against you. Well, this is easy. You go to Leviticus 26 and Deuteronomy 28, and you find that curse. And it's listed 3 separate times in Leviticus 26, which is if I punish you and you do not turn from your ways and you continue hostile to me, I will continue hostile to you, and I will multiply your punishment by 7. So Daniel's like, oh, fuck. We're not going to be devastated for 70 years. We're going to be devastated for 70 times 7 years. That's 490 years. So if the time of the devastation for Jerusalem is 490 years, that means it starts in 605. The beginning of their devastation is in 605. So the year of counting is 605 to 115 BCE. You miss Jesus by like 100 and a couple years. So you're not going to get to Jesus anywhere by using Daniel 9. The other problem is, in order for this to make sense, Christians have to disconnect the last collection of days, the last 7 years. Because it says, after 62 weeks, an anointed one shall be cut off, that's Onias III, and shall have nothing, and the troops of the prince who is to come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary. This means that the destruction of the sanctuary, the temple, is going to happen the same year, the same time as the person being cut off. And that's true of Onias III. It's not true of Jesus. It was 70 years. Now, the problem is, between the person being cut off and the end of the 490 years is only 7 more years. So if the temple wasn't destroyed within 7 years of Jesus's death, then what that means is it's not about Jesus. So that's what I would do about it. Now, I know there are some people filing in right now on YouTube saying that my stream is lagging. I know about that. Don't worry. I'm getting ready to restart OBS. OBS is having a little bit of a hiccup tonight, but I wanted to read through what was left of my super chats before I did that because I don't want to lose my super chats. So you guys know here, when people send super chats, I read them because you're supporting the channel. I want to make sure that we actually read them out loud for everyone. And also so I can interact with the audience because I love interacting with the audience. So I've got about 15 super chats left, and then I'm going to restart the stream, and we'll get a whole nother stream going, and we'll keep the debates rolling, friend. Scribble says, I can draw hieroglyphics too. Am I a prophet? Listen, you're as much of a prophet as Joseph Smith. And it's funny because if you just look at the supposed symbol that matched, the reality is there's no way Joseph could tie it to anything specific, and it doesn't even perfectly match. But it is what is literally one of the most common symbols in all of Egyptian hieroglyphs, at least of the syllabic form that I've got in my Book of the Dead. So I mean, he's a goof. Joseph Smith is a goof. There's no such thing as Reformed Egyptian. It's not a language. Axel Ignite, thank you for the $10 super chat. It occurs to me that Justin is receiving a crash course in Mormon apologetics during the course of this stream, and as someone who grew up in Utah, I appreciate the effort. Well, I think that's a double super chat from Axe, and I appreciate that. It does. He sent it twice, one for 666 and one for 10. I appreciate that. He probably sent it twice because he didn't see it pop up on screen right away, but I read all the super chats eventually, just not in the middle of the debates, Brandon, thank you for the $20 super chat. That's huge, friend. Says, you say 2 things, both make sense, but seem to conflict. Old Testament blames God for droughts, captivity, Egypt, etc. Most prophecy is just excuses, explain Egypt, Babylon. But don't you also say those events never really happened? And what events? I guess I don't know what you're talking about. No, the exile did happen. The Exodus. So I'm a biblical in terms of the Pentateuch. I'm more of a biblical minimalist. But when it comes to the historical books like Samuel, Kings, Chronicles, I'm definitely somewhere in the middle. But was there a group of people that left Egypt? Possibly. I believe in the Midianite hypothesis. I think there were probably a small group of Semitic-speaking people that left Egypt, settled in the land of Midian, and then eventually, during the late Bronze Age collapse, took over the foothills of the Judean mountains, and eventually got stronghold over the highlands, and they were what we call the Judeans. And then eventually they supplanted the actual Israelites after the Assyrian conquest. But did Moses exist? Like, was there a guy that split the water and led, according to the book of Numbers, 600,000 fighting men out of Egypt? 2.5 million Hebrews? No, that's preposterous. That's asinine. Simeon, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, it was really fun how unlucky Joseph Smith is with his hieroglyph stuff. Literally the same decade he was deciphering hieroglyphs, the Rosetta Stone was actually being translated or was already translated. I know the timing of understanding Egyptian was like chef's kiss. Like, there's this guy that pretends to decipher Egyptian using the power of fucking God. And then literally, like, within decades, we've got real actual translations and dictionaries of the language. So love that. Gribbles, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, how many Mormons does it take to change a light bulb? Just one, but afterwards the bulb mysteriously disappears. That is the case. But it might be two, technically. You know, when they translated the seer plates, according to legend, Joseph Smith had his head in the hat and was speaking while somebody else was writing. So it did take two people. But yeah, isn't it fucking mysterious that the supposed golden tablets just came up missing? Wow, what a shocker. Who could have guessed that would happen, right? The evidence just doesn't happen to exist. Malcolm says, leave it to an electrical engineer to have a backup copy of himself in case of any catastrophic system failure. Hope he's up on his ancient Hebrew. I mean, Malcolm, you got me. Like, you know, as an engineer, you always have backups. You always have a safety. Like, there's never just plan A. Like, that's silly. I would never do that. You know me too well. So yeah, even though I know the feed going to YouTube is a little bit choppy right now, I'll be able to clip a good copy of it. So we should be okay. 49 Perfect says, loving watching Jimmy torch a Mormon that doesn't know his own religion. Yeah, it's wild. Well, here's the thing. I think that Mormon does know his own religion. I think the problem is he doesn't know the apologetics that well. He's repeating apologetics that he's heard without having done the primary research into them. And that's where you get in trouble. I found myself in the same trouble one time when I was doing apologetics as a young Christian. Listen, you can't just repeat somebody else's apologetic. You have to hear an apologetic and then go research that apologetic for yourself and then ask yourself, is there a way to prove this apologetic wrong? Once you've done all that work, then you can roll out the apologetic and not look like a fool, because the reality is, the first time somebody sees an apologetic, they're so ready to accept it, but they never bother to think, did somebody else already look into this? Dribble says, apostle logic is an oxymoron if I've ever heard one. I know that is the case. He's actually still here. Apostle Logic, thanks for being patient. Sorry we're keeping you waiting, but listen, Apostle Logic, I know you're really confident in your abilities, so this is going to be a lot of fun. I love talking to apologists that are super confident, so don't go anywhere. We're going to restart here in just a minute. Dr. Dave says, this debate has been so long that we lost Duncan in the process. I know. Duncan's mustache grew back during that debate. Did you guys see it? Actually, that's not the case, but I wish he would. We need to take a vote sometime. I missed the Duncan mustache. And Brian says the Texas Journal of Science has an impact factor of 0.113, and the article is generally and written by a known bad faith apologist. I believe that. Yeah. Well, that's what Jimmy pointed out. Like in the article, we're quoting people from Brigham Young. Obviously, that's like quoting the Vatican investigating one of the Catholic miracles, like one of the Eucharistic miracles. You know. Opto says, "Am I having a stroke, or is Lad's argument just basically nuh-uh?" That really is it, right? That seems to be the thing. Apostle Logic is asking, why am I getting insulted? Well, because you're in a debate space, guy. I mean, what do you expect, you know? Salmon says, if Jimmy's still around when this gets read, is there a modern English version of the Book of Mormon? And unfortunately, he's not here, but I can ask him. I got to be honest, though. I kind of doubt that there is. I would be reluctant to think that there is. But I can Google it at least. Let's see. Is there an updated Book of Mormon in English? Oh, yes. It says, yes, while the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints uses the standard English text, last updated in 1981, independent publishers offer versions like the Book of Mormon in simple modern English or Covenant of Christ to make the text more accessible. So the answer is yes. Yeah, there is. There's 2 different updated English translations for those who don't want to hear Joseph Smith badly pretend to be able to speak Middle English. And Hack Esquire says, nothing like a 3-hour Mormon rock fight. I know. I loved it. Can you imagine somebody having that amount of time to dedicate? I feel like I need to send him a paycheck now. Dr. Dave says, Justin and Jimmy, the co-host that we lost in the weeds of more on Logic, is named Duncan Donald Drake Doolittle. Great job, friends. His real name is Dalkin. It's Dalkin, friends. Dalcan. Dalkin. And Miss Meg, good to see you tonight, says the fact that Make-A-Wish exists proves that God is an asshole, isn't it really? Because, like, listen, God says, pray anything in my name and it will be done for you. These fucking dying children, many of them Christians, dying children are praying, like, God, please, just before I died, can I just, like, go to, like, Disneyland or something? And God's like, fuck that shit. This lady over here needs a parking space, and this guy over here needs, like, his 3rd round of job interviews. I don't have time for children dying with cancer. And Calvin says, why do Christians believe Jesus died for our sins if we are all still born with sins today? Also, tell Joel to tell Mezzo to tell Peterson that Doug rocks. I will definitely do that. Although I don't know which Peterson you're referring to. Are you talking about PP, Planet Peterson? I don't know. But I've told Joel a lot that Doug rocks, and we don't quite have him in the cult yet, but maybe one day. Dr. Dave says, when you say older siblings, are you also referring to your twin? Rock hard for Doug, Simple for Sharon, Mormon, remove the middle M. Actually, that is the case. My twin brother is 11 minutes older. I would add for my mother what is probably a torturous 11 minutes because twins are often closer apart than that. We were further apart because I was breached. So my brother came out normal and I was coming out feet first. So they had to stuff me back in and turn me around. So my poor mother, after giving birth to one child, gave partial birth to me. They shoved me back in there, turned me around. Then she gave birth for what was nearly a 3rd fucking time. She deserves a goddamn medal for that. I think she was, at least they gave her an epidural. And Percival, there we go. Percival, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate that. Dread Goose, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, as a Utah, not Utahian, it's Utah, right? Let me tell you that LDS guy hit his letter T's way too hard to be local. Oh, interesting. It's unnatural. He's probably one of those out-of-state Mormons. That could be the case. Interesting. So there's a Utah accent, and apparently you don't pronounce your T's quite as well. Thank you for the advice. And Chris says, as an XJW, just a reminder to try to get Owen on. Oh, fuck, you're right. Oh, Owen Morgan. Yeah, he's an XJW, isn't he? I totally forgot about that, friends. Oh my goodness. Okay. Yep, definitely something to keep in my mind because that's like a really big deal. I'd love to get. I forgot he was JW. I'd love to get get Owen on here. Okay. Good suggestion. Good suggestion. All right, let me grab. We're almost. We're getting close to the end of the super chats, actually. All right, let's grab. Let's see this one. Dread Goose again. Hey, thank you, Dread. Says out-of-state Mormons are usually chill. Utah Mormons are at each other's throats all the time. Are you serious? The church pitched them against each other over anything. Why? What a silly like waste of like funds and resources to promote infighting. You know what I mean? Like, why would they do that? Oh well. Good to know though. I appreciate the Mormon lore. And Chris says, I just finished a version of Gilgamesh in which he runs into a guy that sounds like Noah. Please explain how this story ends up in the Old Testament. Okay, so you're referring to Utnapishtim, and Utnapishtim basically lives forever after surviving the flood, and he wants to find Utnapishtim so that he can find the key to immortality. And when he finds Utnapishtim, he tells him that the key to immortality is eating from the plant of immortality, which is at the bottom of the sea of death. But he survives diving into the sea of death to get the plant. And while he's waiting on the shore of the water, not paying attention, a serpent takes it, so he never gets to be immortal. But how did it turn up in the Bible? Well, the first 11 chapters of Genesis, every last story in the first 11 chapters of Genesis is in the Babylonian literature. Every last one. I'll do a layout sometime on my spreadsheet. I'll do a layout of the story from the Bible. Next to it, the story from Babylon. Basically, what they were doing was they were taking the Babylonian literature and they were repurposing it. They're saying, no, this is how it really happened. They're basically doing a polemic against the Babylonian literature. Dredd says, another fun Mormon anecdote. I wasn't raised Mormon, but I'm a Kimball, and that's enough to get info or into. Get into respect from a lot of Mormons. Good breeding. Oh, shit. Okay. So Kimball. Kimball is a Mormon last name? Is that what you're saying? I didn't know that. I did not know that, but I appreciate it. Let me know. And Chodicus Maximus, also the artist formerly known as Lockfurry, says, Justin, watch the musical The Book of Mormon. You know what? I actually don't like musicals, but I've been meaning to do that one. Right? That's one I will watch for sure. And Jimmy come in. Not only did he spend 3 hours with me, but now he's sending me super chats. Thank you, Jimmy. He says, Mormons also don't want anyone to know how betrayed we literally all felt when the church finally confirmed that the hat translation method. Are you telling me that for a while they hid the translation method from you? Like, they didn't tell you that this jackass was just looking in a hat that supposedly had the seer stones in it? That's crazy. Well, to be fair, if that was a legit story, I'd hide that shit from the parishioners too. I wouldn't tell that nonsense to them. Gentleman says, if Dune taught me anything, Dalkin will be back. Maybe. I don't know if he's streaming on his own tonight or not. I'm not really sure what his schedule is tonight, but he may or may not be back. There's still time left tonight. Hank says, this is rumor control. Here are the facts. There's no schism between slits and slots. All holes are holy. Holy fuck. That sounds dirty. I think it meant to be dirty. There's no schism. Only on Dr. Blitz's channel. There's a schism on Dr. Blitz's channel now, but no schism here. All right, friends. That's the last of my super chat. So here's what I'm going to do. Give me like 5 minutes. I'm going to restart my computer. I'm going to restart OBS. I'm going to schedule 2 new streams for like 5 to 10 minutes from now. I'm going to restart the streams, and then we'll keep the debates rolling after I get back. Thank you so much for your patience. Sorry, I don't know why OBS is lagging today.